Hello? Is this live? Can you hear me? I don't remember how streaming works anymore. It says no data. That's bad. Why does it say no? It looks live. Am I live? It literally says no data on my end. That's crazy. All right. I don't know. A little louder, really? Am I actually too quiet, or because I don't know? I feel like it's fine. Is that okay? Did I just feel that way? Volume is fine with headphones. That sounds like it's bad. I don't know. Well, I don't feel like changing anything now that I think about it, so it's just gonna be how it is, I guess. Oh God, share that show, by the way. Not a show. This is a comfy, cozy. We're getting wholesome and cozy and Kino. This is sort of a Kino stream. Just doing mad Kino while I eat a glizzy. Ooh. You are supposed to be wearing headphones while you watch PODAWFUL. It is in the rule book. The Henchman Handbook. Keep this a secret. Until now. Is this music annoying? Nobody stopped YouTube's terms of service from posting again. I know it's just a guy. He can post it again, I guess. I think yeah, he wasn't timed out or anything. I mean, you know, don't. It is annoying. Whatever. Yeah, is the music Kino? God, I hope it's fucking Kino. This music is annoying. I want to hear more. I don't know what to make of that. Felted music. That is crazy, dude. How fucked up is it to see a guy saying felted outside of a Kino Casino chat room? Doesn't that always feel straight up bizarre? You ever see that? a guy in a random chat or comment section saying, "Whoa, felt it." I can't believe that shit. It just makes no sense. You know? Yeah, this is my synth rack. That's also the planet that I'm from. Tabled. What if remember when that remember when that Kino Casino fan got busted for being a pedophile? Imagine if he was like, "Oh, buddy, felt it." Oh, he calls his mom. "Mom, I'm getting totally felted right now." The jokers were wild when I decided to text that teen. Getting tabled. That clip is so funny. Did they ever talk about that? Did Kino Casino ever address their pedophile fan? That's fun. I'm not like making fun of them. That's just a very funny thing, you know? I'd put that in the intro of my show if that happened to me. I'm not the guy, just to be clear. I mean, if a guy who watched but that would never happen. Never mind. Never mind. This is a thought experiment. We're doing a thought experiment. Whoa, buddy. Yeah. They did talk about it. PPP disavow. No shit. That's like an unnecessary move. No, I disavow. Oh, you do? Because I thought you avowed. I was confused until you said something. That's so silly. That's what the internet's come to. You have to make sure people know you don't support your paranormal supporters. All right. Watch this music just cut out of nowhere. What about this one? How do you feel about this? Do you feel like you're at a health spa right now? A mental health spa? Because you're not. You're at exactly the opposite of that. What's the opposite of health? Death? What is it? Decline? Welcome to the mental decline spa. Welcome to the disinformation superhighway. So Kino. Yeah. Mental unhealth. Remember that Matchbox 20 song, Unwell? Like, you couldn't fucking crack open a thesaurus? There's gotta be a word for that. Wellness. Wellness is not the opposite of health. Wellness is health for healthy people. That's what mentally ill, healthy people call health. Wellness. My body is at 0.03% body fat, but I just need to reach wellness. Is there any way I could look yellow? It's like a guy's named Brian Johnson. He looks like Data from Star Trek. Yeah. He's healthy. He's not well, but he's healthy. Yeah, this music is awesome. Some of these comments, I don't know what they mean. Jesse isn't sad that Dick Masterson thinks Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a great show. That doesn't surprise. I didn't know that, so I can't have feelings about it until now, I guess. It doesn't surprise me or shock me in any way that he enjoys a gay guy's programming. Dick Masterson, by the way, allegedly becoming a father, or at the very least, a guy who pays for a kid. He's having a calf. Don't have a calf, man. Uh-oh, I gotta make a t-shirt. Bootleg Bart Simpson, Dick Masterson. Don't have a calf, man. No one would buy that. Speaking of art, so this music is throwing me off a little bit. This shit kicks ass. That can't be true. Did you guys know that, though, that Dick Masterson's having a Juju Jr.? That's what he says. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a show about it, but, you know, long after it's no longer relevant. Ooh, a little coda. Here we go. You hate this music, but you're gonna miss it when it's gone. That's the sinister trick of a music bed. It sucks, but then once it's gone, it's haunting. Ooh, this sounds nice and crackly. Yikes. I gotta adjust my mixer. Okay, so speaking of art, you know, I didn't want people to think that I'm just doing nothing, and that's why there's no shows. For the true believers out there, okay? Not the noids. The true believers, the cult members, the pizza funders out there. I figured I'd just do a little special stream. Just to show you that I'm not like on vacation, and I'm not doing nothing, and I haven't stopped doing the show. And I know people can't fathom this, but I've been working on an extremely big project. It's taken up every single day of my life, except maybe 2 since you last saw me on the airwaves. I'm actually working on several big projects in multiple different ways. Got some big plans. We're entering phase 4. Okay, phase 4. Yeah, so we're gonna do phase 4. Now, some people were confused when I said that. I announced that we're entering phase 4, and they were like, I didn't even know we were in phase 3. That's right. All according to plan. You weren't supposed to know you were in phase 1, 2, or 3. But now you know. You're exiting 3, you're entering 4. We're almost there. We're getting close. I am coming back. I am doing streams again. And when I start streaming again, this is going to be crazy. It will be a daily live show. Okay? Like Revenge of the Sis every day. In fact, I might even do weekends. I don't know. But certainly Monday through Friday. Now, I haven't figured out all of the kinks yet. But we are going to be doing a daily show. We're entering phase 4. I have extreme big plans that were meant to start kicking off in phase 3. Now, those of you who really pay attention to the program, who have been following the program, you have been reprogrammed. Those of you who really know what's up, you know, you probably got a little confused when I lost a YouTube channel, and when we came back, it wasn't a new season. That's the way PODAWFUL has been working since we lost our first YouTube channel, is every time I have to do a new YouTube channel, I just enter a new season of the show and we kind of switch up the vibes and do a few little different things here and there. This time it didn't happen. Why is that? Because I was working towards something. I wasn't ready for phase 4. We're supposed to be in phase 3. And then I lost the YouTube channel on a complete, one of the most bullshit ones ever. So I made the decision. We're going to stick with the program. And we're going to stay in season Ephemera Obscura. It's all part of the plan. And if you've ever seen me post the list of upcoming seasons of the show, I have the entire program mapped out for the next 50 years. All right. So, little pieces here and there might change, but there are certain elements that are tough to move around. I'll just put it like that. I don't want to give too much away, but it was always in the cards for this season to begin daily live streams. All right. Now, I'm not going to say much more about it than that, although I do want to know this. What time of day should I do it? And you got to say a time zone when you say the time. Because I'm thinking, this entire season, the Ephemera Obscura, the name, I'll go into it. I'll explain a little bit. I don't like doing this. I don't like letting you know where my thoughts are. But the entire reason I'm doing this stream is so that this is not a thoughtless, like I'm just not doing shows for no reason kind of thing. It's actually the exact opposite. I'm doing nothing but thinking about the show and working on it. And when I have to do live shows, particularly if I was doing it every day, but even just twice a week, I don't have any time to do other stuff. So I've got all these videos I got to edit. I've got I'm editing videos. All right. I'm going to show you some stuff I'm working on. This isn't the main thing I've been working on, but I'm not going to show you the project that's taking most of my time. You don't get to see during this stream. That's going to be a fun surprise. You'll just get to see it when you see it. But it's months long. I've been working on this thing for months and months and months, and probably nobody will care but me, but I had to do it. And finally I had to buckle down and just put all my time and effort into it to get it done, because it just wouldn't happen otherwise. And a lot of this stuff won't. So whenever you see the show go down for a little bit, I'm working. All right. It's not, I'm one guy. I do everything, basically. There's very, very little involved with the show that I don't do. The only thing is the website at large. Richard runs that. And then, of course, our beautiful archivists out there. Thank you for keeping the show going on YouTube through the archives and the clips. Anyway, point is, if I'm doing it daily, I would definitely not. And this has all been part of it. Ephemera Obscura is the season of digital litter. And it just so happens to have worked out. It's just one of these dear God miracles, all hail, where I'm able to sort of, interweave the different aspects and things happening outside of the show and things I'm covering on the show into this fun narrative that happens to be the plan anyway. Mike David from Red Bar stole my phrase digital litter and concept digital litter. I got to do a show about it in the season where I was already planning to do this. And the whole thing has been building up to, for this season, what I'm going to be doing here soon. I'm not going to give you the entire thought process behind this, but the whole reason I have people archiving stuff, re-uploading full episodes, I want as many people as possible clipping things. I'm not a big clip guy. I don't think the show even works in clips, but I am a big force pod awful in front of people's eyeballs guy. Hurt people with our message. Harm the innocent with our belief structure. I'm a big believer in that. And so you can't do that without a little digital litter, especially nowadays. Everything is digital litter now. So we got to keep up. We got to catch up, really. We're way behind. So there's a few things like all this AI stuff and everything throughout this past season. It all just, it's coalescing as, you know, as I've said a million times, all my ideas that you see on the show, I had them 5 years ago. Whatever year you're seeing a thing in, the idea for it happened 5 years before that. And I just didn't get to it until 5 years later. So all of these things are ideas that I was going to do anyway. And it just took me until now to achieve them. And you know, if I had like 2 employees, that wouldn't be the case. If I could afford to have 2 guys doing like the fucking grunt work for me, then we could cut that time at least by half. But it really does take up all my time. All this stupid shit. So again, I'm just telling you this, you know, just as a transparent thing, because a lot of you guys pay for the show. And those who don't, I don't care about at all. I honestly give $1. We're building a religion. Give $1. I do need you to give $1. All right. Or I just don't care. But anyway, so if you already said this, you're going to have to repeat it because I didn't look at chat. But when I come back, daily episodes. And now, all right, here's the thing. Revenge of the Sis goes live. There's a lot of daily shows out there, or at least, you know, 3 times a week or things like that. Revenge of the Sis goes live. I think they're live from 4 to 6 Eastern. I think that's right. I'm not sure. But I want to say that's right. So obviously it would be really funny to make that the time. I was also considering, you know, I own the trademark to Nightwave Radio. So I was considering like legitimately doing Nightwave, not just like, not a parody of Mersh, but just a nightly show called Nightwave Radio. There's nothing Mersh can do about that. It'd be funny to do it on Rumble, but now he's like, you know, getting kicked off of Rumble and stuff too. So I don't even think I have to bother. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out the time. I do feel like we need to kind of capture a few of these jobless losers who have all the time in the world to watch a show during the day. We need the neats out there. You know, we got to get these guys on our side because as much as it's funny to make fun of them, they're our people, really. We don't want the Revenge of the Sis neats where they're, you know, we want not in education or employment or trainings. We don't want I stay at home all day and don't go to work because I get paid by the government because I lie and say I have a disability when in reality I'm a junkie. That's not what we don't want those people. I'm not desperate. Okay. We don't want junkies, but we do want dorks, weirdos, freaks, carnival, mutants. The entrails of the internet, all that stuff. Everybody's saying 8 p.m. Eastern is best time. Don't fix what ain't broke. It's already changing because it's already going to be weekdays. So Get that out of your head that 8 is the best time. It doesn't 8 Eastern is the best time. It doesn't make a difference. It's going to be on different days and shit. And I disagree. I think earlier might be better. At least a little bit earlier might be better. Maybe later would be better. I don't know. I do know this. When like there's a good number of people in the pizza fund, but when we go from a free show to an after show, not all those people are showing up. And it's because it's late. You know, our audience has jobs. We got to get the people without jobs. We got to find these jobless freaks. Jobless freaks with money that doesn't come from tax. But basically, we need jobless freaks whose parents pay for them to live, or they're just oddly independently wealthy, or I don't know, they read one of those books by Matthew Lesko, the Riddler, the money Riddler, and they figured out a loophole that allows Congress to send them money so that they can pretend to farm or something. I'm not sure. We need chuds. Yeah. Jobless loses, says the jobless loser. You're at my job. That's a silly thing to say, at my job. I don't walk into Wendy's and knock the cock out of your mouth and tell you you don't have a job. By the way, I don't know what they hired you for there. You should definitely steal that and use it all the time. Steal what? I'm not keeping up with you guys got to use context in your things. What a junkie put an inflatable cow in Dick's truck. Yeah, and again, that's Dick's fan. My Riley was not really a henchman. He was a fan of Dick. And that's why it was totally legal for us to do that. Because it really had nothing to do with me at all. So Dax Herrera is our target. I don't know what that means. I'm jobless, but my wife is rich. Slow cheetah. Exactly. We need guys like you. A guy who doesn't have to stay at home dads. So okay, everybody right now in chat, tell me the time you think PODAWFUL, the daily PODAWFUL show, should take place. And really based on what you think would be best or your own personal needs or whatever. Whatever. But think outside the box. Don't think we are beholden to this 8 p.m. I've been doing 8 p.m. Eastern since 2010, 2011, somewhere in there. We don't have to do it just because we've always done it. I picked 8 p.m. Eastern because back then, you know, in my head, I was like, okay, well, people get off of work around 5. I'll have probably a mostly American audience. So that lets West Coast people tune in live. That was the entire thought process. 8 p.m. Eastern. Not too late for East Coast, not too early for West Coast. But everybody's online all day now. It doesn't matter. It's a completely different world from when I picked that time. All right, let's see what everyone's saying. 6 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m., 5 p.m., 6, 10, 9, 10, 9 p.m., 6 p.m. Central. Okay. 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time. All right. 10. Seen a lot of 6. Yeah, and you know what? One guy. I was waiting for this. It was Wanda, actually, not a guy. A lady. Says 6 a.m. Eastern, which I know that shit is fake because you would never be able to watch the show. But I was waiting for somebody to say a.m. Why not a.m.? Oh, Hard Archivist also said 4 a.m. Why not a.m.? Why not the morning? a little morning show, a little Podto morning show, a little PS in the AM. Maybe. Is that a terrible idea? I don't know. Noon. Nobody says noon. Interesting. I need after 8 p.m. CST so the kid is sleeping. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just taking all this in. I mean, listen, it's up to me in the end, and you'll just deal with it. But I just thought I'd see what people say. A lot of people said 6 Eastern. Which that's kind of funny too, because that sort of makes Pod Awful the follow up, like that makes Revenge of the Sis my lead in. You know how Mersh always thinks there's like time slots on the internet? Coming up next, Pod Awful. Pod Awful becomes Coast to Coast AM. Yeah, well, I think we hit all of the coasts at this point. Every coast on Earth. And then some. Noon wave. Yeah, the original thought was Nightwave. I was just going to do Nightwave radio. But then I was like, I don't know, something about daytime. Something about like right before dinner time for most people. Kind of, I don't know, kind of slaps. What do you think of what do you think of this? Totally cool, dude. Yeah. Surfer merch. This is surf rock. That's the people who said surf rock. Good ear. That is what I was going for. See, somebody said it sucks because it's too upbeat. But what if this was a morning or day show? Huh? You know? Then you'd be like, okay. You'd be like, okay, I kind of, yeah, I get that. Just a little something different. I'm not replacing the main theme song, by the way. Just something. Just something. Valley Girl stuff. No? Surf rock. Classic surf rock. Anyway. That was the idea. That's the plan. That's been the plan. Thought we'd get there like 3 months ago, maybe. But changed course. When did I lose the YouTube channel again? Whenever that was, I had to switch things up. Anyway, boy, what was I gonna say? Daily show. Don't get, if you hate that idea, don't get too fussed over it. All right, just trust me. If you love that idea, don't get too excited. These are all, there's a bigger picture to all of this. All right. And trust me, you don't have it. And I guess I got to figure out if I'm doing that. Like, are certain episodes pizza fund only, or is it half free, half every episode, half free, half pizza fund, something like that? I got to figure that one out too. Not sure. Fridays is pizza fund only. Rise me, surfer merch. Anyway, hashtag trust the plan. Hashtag wagwan. I don't know what any of that means. Bimbo surf rock. What about this one? I like that one. That one's not as good. All right. Literally make everything pizza fund only. I might. I literally might. That's on the table for sure. It's not felted, but it's on the table. I might do streams pizza fund only. Or something. Or maybe the archive of it. Pizza fund only. There's nothing on the YouTube channel after the fact. Watch it free while it's live. Something. I don't know. Something. One or the other. I might. But that kind of goes against what I'm going for right now, unless we do it a very, very certain kind of way. World War pizza fund. By the way, we do have another World War coming. World War Web. World War Web, we do have, that is still on the table and on the docket. Alex Stein, World War Web, coming up. All right. Boring, says Wanda. Okay, Wanda, sorry, it's not you singing. Okay, sorry. Do you want to sing a surf rock version of the theme song, and then that way you think it's good? Can you? Not enough. Yeah. Okay. Make the shows pizza fund only and clips released for free. Yeah, maybe something like that, but it'd have to be a lot of clips. Yeah, we need enough That's the problem, is there's not going to be enough people clipping if the stream isn't free, I think. Do you still hate Jet, Jesse? Jet Neptune? I've never hated Jet Neptune. He doesn't like me too much. If that's what you mean, I don't know another Jet. Reggae style pot. Ooh, gross. I would kill myself if I heard a reggae style PODAWFUL theme. That's so gross. All right. So again, I've been working extremely hard on something. And I just need you guys to know. I just need you to know that I am doing stuff. And I always have little projects, little irons and fires. When I tell you like certain things, I started working on them 2 years ago, months ago, whatever. It's true. I have all sorts of shit. And if you're in the Discord, if you're in the cult, you're really part of the cult. you know, occasionally you'll see me say like, hey, I need this. Everybody help me with this. I need this for a project. And then you never see the fruits of that labor. You're like, what? What was he doing with that? I am working on them. Okay. Whatever that is, it's something. Sometimes things don't pan out and my idea just doesn't go anywhere because it just doesn't work or we've moved on or whatever. Sometimes it just takes too long to make the thing. And when I'm doing the show, I don't have any time. This thing I'm working on right now, again, not the thing you're looking at in front of you, but the thing that I've really been spending the past month on, I've been working on it for 3 months at least, maybe longer. But the reason I had to take off from doing the episodes, you know, there is no way I could have gotten it done and done a show. The show would have suffered, or the thing I'm working on would have suffered, or both. So I just had to put all my time into it. But little projects here and there, some little quick ones, things like that. You know, occasionally I get an idea. I get to it when I get to it, unfortunately. And if I was one of these guys that just made fans make me stuff or paid Fiverr people to do it, it would just be done. There's like 4 things ever in PODAWFUL history where I knew an artist that I liked and paid them to make something. And even those times, it usually took way too long. It didn't actually solve anything. In fact, I've attempted that. There's like 3 or 4 times that it's happened, and I've attempted it 5 or 6 times. And on the 2 that did not end up happening, it didn't end up happening because the guy was taking too long. It defeated the purpose. There's this dude who now makes intros for like Netflix shows. I was paying him thousands of dollars. He wasn't making Netflix shit when I was paying him. I was paying him thousands of dollars to make basically one simple graphic that was just outside of my wheelhouse for the show. And he was like, yeah, nah, it's going to take months. And I was like, yeah, nah, I'm going to need my money back. It's not going to happen now. Because I'm pretty sure that if I just took a week, I could just, you know, I could make it myself. That's the problem is like, I know I could do anything if I just really took the time to do it. And so I did. And so I just fucking made it myself. And that was one of the old intros of the show. I won't say which one. There was a certain part of it. It would have been better. It would have looked a lot better if he had done it. Because it would have been completely wholly scratch made for the show. And when I'm doing it, I'm Frankensteining shit together just to get it done because I've also got shows to do. So anyway, I just want full transparency here. That's what's going on. I'm working on stuff. I figured I could show you some things, though. Not the main thing, but some of the shit that I've worked on recently that has not come out, or things that have that need an update, or things like that. Now, if you're in the Discord, you saw a while ago, I was like, I just need anything you can think of that's circular. I just had this image in my head. That's how these sorts of things start normally. I'll just show you what it is now, if it'll play. There you go. So here's a little bit of it. This should probably be a little faster. But basically, I said in Discord, like, hey, I need circular things that sort of relate to PodAwful or the internet or whatever. Ended up putting a lot more faces in here, like a lot more face stuff, which was probably a mistake, but I'm just leaving it. I'm going to keep it. This is why this hasn't come out yet, though. It's like, it's all like a timing thing. Most of my time is just sent here trying to figure out, is this timed well? Is this what I was picturing inside my head? And it's changed since I originally pictured it. But this was it. All right. The main logo there, and a bunch of circular shit. Let's go through it. We've got the Earth. That's an easy one. A bullet. All right. A lot of these were suggested. The Chris Chan Sonichu medallion. We got Max Headroom hacking incident, which is a favorite of mine. I literally don't even know what I'm looking at with this. Oh, I know what that is. That's a concrete mixer. See, so that one could probably go because now I don't even recognize it. Of course, Mersh's face, the greatest image of Mersh that's ever existed that I created. Just an up close eyeball. We've got which eyeball right after a face. That was another thing, is like getting these in the right order. An eyeball right after Mersh's wonky eyes. That's kind of repetitive. I might need to switch that out. You've got a pearl for pearl parties, which was only one episode of the show, but I was like, fuck it, I just need round shit, so fine. Tom Gully's infamous clock. A pickle, like a pickle chip. There's me. There's me. A lot of me ended up in it, which was, again, probably a mistake. Master Studios big round face. A goon alarm, as voiced by Gilbert Gottfried, by the way. If you don't know what this is, there's an old like PSA kind of thing teaching kids about fire safety. There's a talking puppet goon alarm in it, voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. You know, kids, you gotta stay. Yeah, fuck. It's starting to sound like Fish Tank right now. A feeding black hole. Rufio shout out. Ricada Law's logo. The Joka baby. A burger for Mr. Burgers. Which, like, why did I go with one with a bite taken out of it? That undoes it being round. But I guess it's more burger looking that way. You can kind of see more of the burger. Yeah, Katie Lynn Donahue's horrifying visage. There's another one of me. Spooky Charles mirror, like a dead goon. Dr. Pepper, bottle cap, spinning globe. Steak and peaches, which is a Rufio meal on a round plate. That counts, right? Alex Stein's shark mouth, his horrifying shark mouth. Pizza, of course. What we're all here for, what we funded all for, folks. What else we got? Oh, Dick Masterson's udder. James just fucking his camera. I don't know, he was like humping himself or something. Steel toe logo, his alt-right logo. Blue glasses, coleslaw, bless Jesse, BMW logo. The Hostbusters, it's kind of crazy the Hostbusters logo is in there, and also 2 logos in a row, probably a mistake, but you know, these all go by so quick it probably doesn't matter, but these are the things I fucking think about and spend time on. Toilet bowl, fan, which is also in the background, got the slow fan in the background. The Gunt, autism meter, shout out, it's a drum set. A mysterious, dusty drum set. Has this thing been used yet? Does anybody know if this has been used? Alex Stein's little booty Latina. Maybe that shouldn't be in there. Sonic the Hedgehog. Classic. ROTC logo. There's so much merch already in there. Does that need to be there? Got me again as merch, right after a merch. The Black Hammer logo. Deadpool, Dirk's Deadpool tattoo for Deadpool guys. Me again. So that's what was originally the paranormal guy puppet and then became the Royce puppet. This puppet's now Royce. Digital Freemasonic Lodge, of course. So mote it be. A sewer manhole cover, which I think is kind of cool. There's me again. Rufio's bald spot. Minnie Manson's Gunt. Mark Zucker boink. the moon, our queen, a henchman, a little cartoon sort of rubber hose style version of the logo. This is how I met my wife. There's a bunch of like PODAWFUL ones right in a row here too, kind of close together. PODAWFUL digital henchman patch. Me again, hi. And then Spooky Charles. And then it cuts off there for that part of it. So this is people submitted a lot of these ideas. A lot of the things you're seeing in this little montage are things that I asked people for. And they've been sitting there going like, what happened with that? How come you kept asking us for circular things? We gave you all those things and never did it. I did it. I did this months ago. But then I got to the next part. It needed another part. It couldn't just be this. This is just a little bumper for the show, just a little thing to break up the monotony. And so then I was like, all right, well, it's got to go to like a logo. And I spent all this time making a crazy logo that I think is really cool. Doesn't really fit PODAWFUL in any way at all, but I just like it. I made all this effort behind this logo and then didn't know what to do with it. Like I didn't know how to incorporate. It doesn't fit very well on the screen. I spent all the time making it and didn't think about like where it was going to be used. So then it goes to this. Now, I like the repeating images in the background, but repeating the exact same images inside my own cartoon face, which I'm borrowing from another bumper, from that old anime bumper, it's not working. This doesn't work. I like the logo, but this doesn't work. And so that's when I gave up on it. And I haven't figured out what to do with it yet. I think, see, I like this part. This part works. It's too slow. It needs to be shorter. But the next part, see, it's taking forever. But then the next part, this part here, kind of stinks. I think what I need to do, I don't think it's a bad call to have the, I think the face idea would work in a different context. These things inside that face, I feel like, do not work. And then, but I could save that and use it again for something else. I kind of feel like, what is this? Oh, those are those lines. Kind of feel like it might be better if I just, nope, not gonna move all of those down, huh? Okay. Oh, wait, is it? Hang on a second. Let's try again. Let's try this. Yeah, there we go. I kind of feel like maybe just that. Maybe this is better. And then a shorter version of this to go with the shorter version of the other thing. Maybe literally just speed it up. I feel like that's pretty good, actually. Kind of like that. Now, then comes the problem of, I love it, says Lisa. Okay, thank you. Need steak and pasta. Some of those things got to go, though. Some of that stuff is too much. Like, it's funny, but it doesn't really work. The eye is cool. The eye is cool. Yeah, I like the eye. I like all the round stuff, basically. Most of it, anyway. A lot. Like James can go. We can get rid of James. You know what? I'll keep it in the one in the background here. Because then I don't have to change anything and it's less work. But it also breaks it up and makes it a little bit different. But then I need music. I have no idea. And that's going to change the entire timing of everything, really. I have nothing music-wise. I don't know music. I don't listen to music. I have no idea what would go with this. But this was basically, more or less, this is sort of what I had in my head. when I wanted to make this. And then most of my time was spent making this logo, which is insane. It's like, it doesn't fit the show at all. But it's cool. I think it looks cool. I don't know. What do you guys think? And I like that background. I think that's working. I think a little faster. And this is working. Maybe a little too blurry on some of that text, which could also be fixed. But let's see. Do I have a blur effect on that? Why does it look so blurry? I do. Yeah. That's too much blur. Let's make it 2 and 2. I'm gonna take that down to 2. Does that look better? Yeah, it looks a little bit better. No to the eye stuff? What does that mean? Make a shirt of that logo? That'd be a crazy shirt. That would be weird. That logo would work somewhere. I just don't know where yet. I know it's in the thumbnail for this video. That's part of why. I kind of just made a graphic out of it just to have something with it on there. A lot of time, you know what happens a lot with my shit is I will be working on something. It's taking way too long, but there are elements of it I like. So then I'll Frankenstein. I'll take parts of that and I'll put it in something that won't take as long, where I will like be able to get it done quicker. And I'll put it in that. And so you'll see parts of my work in other places first. Like a big one where that happened was the Dark Future t-shirt. The Dark Future t-shirt came from me taking elements of like 6 different bumpers I was making, and they were all taking way too long. So I just put the cool parts of them all on a shirt together. And then some of those never ended up even making it into a video. Some of them did. Some of them got changed drastically. The shirt ended up cooler than all of the videos, though. But that happens all the fucking time, man. All the fucking time. Like for instance, this graphic. I made this graphic forever ago with the rubber hose animation. This is like a popular thing right now, which is kind of gay, honestly. Probably shouldn't have done it, but it's like a popular thing now to have these little rubber hose style, sort of Cuphead cartoon characters in graphic design. And I was kind of making fun of that, but you know, it's one of those, it's like how Alex Stein makes fun of trans. Like if you're doing it, are you really you're kind of at the end, you've ended up with doing the exact thing that you thought was dumb. That's what I've kind of done here. So that's why I never really ended up doing anything with this graphic. Kind of makes me cringe looking at it. I would actually change it quite a bit anyway. Now that I take another look at this graphic specifically, not happy with it. Very bad, actually. Needs a rework. I also didn't do it in Illustrator, so I can tell it's like it's a Photoshop draw job because it's not very smooth. Doesn't look good. But it's fine. All right, who cares? Anyway, I think this is better. I think I've already improved this. All right, we're closer to this one happening. You know, I could really use is music. That's the one thing that I do have to ask of people all the time is I don't have, you've heard the music I have. Okay. Here's my music. So I don't have music for these bumpers ever. It's always the last thing I do, which I think normal people who like music they probably start with the music and then cut to it. But that's just not the way my brain works. So if you have little jingles, little songs, if you're in a band, it can be a song with lyrics, by the way. I don't give a shit. Especially with one like this, where it's just a little mood piece kind of thing. You know, I used to have bumpers with lyrics and stuff. People always liked those. My friend Keith's band, Judas Booth, I used several of his songs and bumpers, which he probably would not like at this point, but I gotta speed this up. But anyway, if you've got music, post it in fucking Discord. We've got a section in Discord called Hate Art. You could put it in. I will happily use music. I always need it. For instance, in this Heaven's Gate bump that I made, I don't remember who made this song, but thank you. Somebody made I asked if somebody could make like a Muzak sort of thing. I think I specifically asked for this. Oh, it's not rendered. Here, you can see it like this.
Is this a cult if I ever heard one? Yes, it is. It's a cult. I mean, it's the cult of cults.
So, yeah, that little bit of music there. It's like sometimes you also don't know. Or at least I don't. Because I'm not a music guy, I don't know what it should be. Every once in a while, it's like very obvious what the music should be for me. But sometimes I'm clueless on what it should sound like. Like, sound is not part of my imagination on these things. Is this frozen? Why is this not moving? There we go. Yeah, sound like I'm not usually picturing the audio at all unless there's like spoken stuff. Just not the way my brain works. So I don't remember if I thought to make it Muzak or if that was just what somebody offered on this or not. I feel like I did ask for that. So I might have had some sort of idea of what I wanted on this, but you know, sometimes you don't. People will just offer stuff up and I don't know what it is I want until I hear it. And then I'm like, "Oh, this is perfect." And then sometimes I'm just bashing them together. It might not even make sense. I just need some sort of audio and I'm just throwing it in there. Now you'll see here, I've done something. I animated the alien. In the original, the alien does not move. It's just a still photo of how a member of the PODAWFUL cult might appear. I've animated him now, but it's fucking up. Need to fix that. Here we go. So there you go. Isn't that cool? He kind of turns around, gives a little something extra. What I got to do now is fix my fuck up here, because whatever effects I've applied to make the background look like that are affecting our alien cult member friend there. No, don't want to do that. All right, let's throw this here and put it right over top of the other clip, and that should sort of do something. Maybe. See if this works now. That, I think I did it. Yeah, there you go. Here, I'll render it so you can see it better. See if this will render okay while I'm streaming. Oh. Give that a minute. See what you're saying in chat. I'd buy that shirt. What shirt? Which one? That weird logo that I made. Gotta not have a circle or world for obvious reasons. I don't know what you're talking about, so it's not obvious. Love the version with a gun and multiple hands pointing it in the background. Yeah, I like that one too. That one is cool. But I don't think that works for a shirt. And I don't really know what to do with it otherwise. You know, actually, I got some ideas. But you looked at it too much. A fresh pair of eyes says that it looks awesome. That's another thing too. That can be a big reason why some of these things get stalled. Is that's 100% true. When you're making shit like this and you're just looking at it and looking at, and you're the only one looking at it, and nobody knows, even if you show it to somebody, no one else knows what your vision of it is in your head. So sometimes I'll show something to somebody and I can tell they're like, oh, okay. And I'm like, you're not getting it. You're not getting the bigger picture. Like, it's not completely done, so they cannot picture what it is. I'm seeing it in my head the way it's meant to be. But then you stare at it for too long, and it's like, this is shit. I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. I'm not even sure if people can physically understand what's happening in front of their eyes at this point. Looks nice. Pink hair, green skin, alien, bimbo, women surfing on the moon. All right. I think a guy's just writing his fetishes into a chat right now. One of my favorite bumps. I like this one a lot too. This is one that I was making forever, and it was an idea for even longer. And then a guy that I'm kind of friendly with made something very similar before before this one. Again, it was like almost completely edited. This is another one. A lot of times with the bumpers, I always feel like there needs to be like sort of an ending to it. Like on this one, so you got here, I think it's all rendered. So you got this part. So this part was my only idea. This is all I was thinking of. And if you don't know, this is obviously the Heaven's Gate cult. And this is meant to be part of a series of bumps that I have not finished the other two on yet. But they're meant to be, all three of them are meant to harken back to some old internet esoterica type websites. Okay, I am eternally fascinated by Heaven's Gate. Not the cult, the website. Because it's still maintained. It's from 1997, I think, 96 or 97, when they took off after the Hale-Bopp comet. And they were right. It turns out they were right. They actually got picked up by a UFO. So we're kind of dummies for laughing at them and not drinking the juice, but they did it. They made it. I'm not going to tell you the other two websites because I don't want anybody else getting to these ideas before me yet again. But I'm the fact that it's still maintained, the fact that there are two diehard members of the cult who were left behind after everyone else died, and now 20 years later, they're making sure the website is still up, which, by the way, there is no Heaven's Gate cult. There hasn't been since Odalie and Odalie, or whatever their names were. What's the guy's name? Applewhite. They called him something else. They called him... Again, I'm not fascinated by the cult that much. It's just their website that I go to it like every couple of months. I just go and look at it. It's amazing. It's so good, especially for the time. It's so good. It's really hard to explain, like to put into words. There's truly an ethereal nature to it. Like, as fucked up as you might think those people were, I think they might have been on to something. I think they were right. And the fact that they've got these two people who are still maintaining the website for nobody. They're not recruiting anymore. The second everybody died, that they said, that's it. It's over. It's a true death cult, except for the two people who are a little bit of like a mystery. Like, it is known who they are. I've talked to them. This is how obsessed I am with the website, is I have spoken to the Heaven's Gate cult members who maintain the website through emails before. It's not hard to do, by the way. You could do that. I've contacted them about getting VHS tapes of their final moments, which is a thing they offer on the website. And they told me, like, we could do it, but we put them free on Vimeo. So could you just get them there? And I was like, I want the VHS. I don't think they wanted to do it, but I've spoken to them a few times. I've had some back and forths with them because I asked them one time, I was like, so when you guys die, what happens with the website? Like, I want this website to stay online forever. I don't want there to ever not be a Heaven's Gate website online. So I was legitimately offering them. I said, like, because these are old folks now, the people who maintain it are up there in age. I was like, what happens when you guys, go to the spaceship or whatever? Like, is somebody else in charge down the line? Because if you need a guy, I'll be your guy. I can handle HTML. And they're like, it's taken care of. I'm like, oh, all right. Okay, so they plan to keep this website up forever. It's really fascinating. If you've never been to the website, go to their website. And it's very of its time, but something that nobody ever talks about is that the way they made money while being a cult, while being this, compound full of weirdos, is they were graphic designers and IT people. Isn't that kind of weird? 1990s, these guys were doing graphic design for other people's websites. I think they did Madonna's. They did a few crazy big name websites. There was a rumor for a while that they did the Space Jam website, but that's not true. But that would be awesome. But that's why their website is so good. That's why their logo was so good. Is they were internet graphic designers, and that's how they made their money. That's how they maintained their website and all that kind of stuff. If you go to their website now, you can see their services still on offer. Of course, nobody is there to do it unless you know how to contact the spaceship, I guess. But I don't know. There's something very, very magical about that website. And there's like 2 or 3 other websites, that are similar in nature, I'll just say, that have this grip over me. In their simplicity, but also their just of that era design and that beauty of it. So I had been trying to make those bumps for the show forever. And the guy who did it, who did the similar one, I'd been sitting on this. I'd been sitting up to this point right here, okay? Right before Applewhite comes up, still in a video. So I found a way to give him some animation there. But I had this, and I was like, okay, it needs something else. I always feel like there needs to be that sort of tag, like this part here, And it also, like, I'm so stupid that I make all these things, and then I don't, like, make it advertise anything usually. So I made, this one's obviously for the cult. So I made it advertise the Discord. But I didn't have that bit originally planned for it. I just had this and then didn't know what to do with it. This intro animation here. That red alert graphic, by the way, is pulled straight off of their website. That is the original GIF from their website. And then everything else is a recreation that I did in Photoshop or used various elements of to sort of get the same feel. Now, so I've got this much, and it's been sitting on my hard drive for however long. And then this guy, his name's Steinful. He's a YouTuber too. He's got great YouTube videos. He now is the editor. He used to make TF2, Team Fortress 2 YouTube videos that I watched, because the only video game I play is, I don't play it anymore, but the only video game I used to play was Team Fortress 2. And I used to watch his videos because they were good. It was not just I'm just interested in the subject. He had these crazy good edits on them. And now he edits Fish Tank. He is the editor for season 2 of Fish Tank, which is why the season 2 edits are so much better than the season 1 edits. And he did all the little bumpers and stuff for that. He like learned Blender and started doing 3D and shit. You know, he's like a real fucking, he really knows what he's doing. He's good. He made a thing just like this. Just like it. Luckily, our fucking rainbows are going different directions. He did his a little different than mine. The text obviously isn't the same. And so we had talked back and forth before. And I messaged him. I was like, dude, I have this exact same fucking thing on my computer, basically. Like, I am making something so similar. It is insane. So yeah, I came up with the Marshall Applewhite bit.
Is this a call?
Just to differentiate it a little bit. And then I figured, all right, it needs that drop at the end. It needs something at the end. And it's so funny to me. I've always loved on their website, they've got this picture of an alien where it says, what a member of the, what does it say? There's obviously doesn't say PODAWFUL cult. Let me go to Heaven's Gate here real quick. Heaven's Gate. Website, please. How was that not the first thing? Would it be crazy if it was down for the first time ever? Here we go. Oh yeah, it says how a member of the kingdom of heaven might appear, and then it's got this image of the alien. How a member of the kingdom of heaven might appear. I don't know. Something about that has just sat with me forever. So I was like, that's got to be in here somewhere. And then I remembered the purple sheets that they all had over them after they committed suicide, and they were all wearing the same Nikes. So I put that in the background as well. But yeah, originally it was just to look like the website, and that's what all of the ones in this series are meant to look like, are just sort of recreations of these websites, but PodAwful, redone in PodAwful stuff. But that one is a good one. I do like that one. I've also got what else do I have here? I made this one. This one's actually basically done, and I just never did anything with it. That's it. Very simple one. Little Adult Swimmy. I don't know where that music came from. I might be stealing that music. I don't remember where this music came from at all. Who made that? Oh no, Zephod made that for me. Okay, thank God. Shout out to Zephod. Thank you for making that. That one's done, basically. I think I had an idea for one other thing, or maybe I wanted to replace, because I'm using the older version of the Clickhead logo. I think I wanted to replace it with a newer one. I don't think that even fucking matters. I should add that one to the rotation. Throw that one in there. That one's in there. Let's see. They had a keen understanding of footwear. Should have worn Reebok. That's really good. And that inspired you to start PodAwful Cult. It's probably part of it, yeah. That sounds like Hotline Miami. No, Zephod made that one. But yeah, it does sound a little like Hotline Miami. Hotline Miami, by the way, made by a guy called, one of the two guys called Jonathan Soderstrom, I think his name is. A guy who 15 years before Hotline Miami came out, I knew back on Game Maker forums. I used to make video games, make computer games when I was a kid. And this dude, he was the hot shit on the Game Maker forums. He called himself Cactus Squid. And it did not shock me to find out that Hotline Miami was his game. The first time I saw it, I said, "This is Cactus Squid." He's got such a unique style. It's that everybody gives credit to the other guy whose name I don't remember, but the entirety of the style of that game is from Jonathan. He used to make the most amazing fucking quick little indie games ever, and they all looked like that. They all had that kind of style to it. It's very recognizable. What else here? Did I want to show you any? I don't know if I want to show you anything else. Oh, here I've just got that background. Too long. Yeah, I definitely need some music for this, though. I'm just really bad at music, and I just don't care. Oh, this one was quick and dirty. That was for Awful Ween. And now this one. Okay. Lenny's watching, I think. This one was A Nightmare. Lenny was kind enough to make me. Lenny, who is not really otherwise an artist. I don't mean that offensively. It's not like he doesn't spend all of his time doing it. Lenny is he's a journeyman. He's a jack of all trades. He made me this 3D vape that he then ever so kindly put his own name on. And I've been meaning to make some. I know, and I have an idea for it, and I just haven't gotten to it. I've been sitting with this fucking vape forever. I have two different ideas to potentially do with this. It's meant to be, well, it's meant to be sort of a Rufio themed bumper, but more so an always pleasure, never pain bumper. And yeah, Lenny made this, which is crazy. Like he just taught himself to make 3D shit, a thing that I have not had the time to do. And that is an extreme weakness in my skill set. I really got to do that. Sit down one day and just teach myself at least some sort of junk way of doing shit like this. It's crazy to not have this in your arsenal at this point. Everybody's doing 3D now, and it's easier than ever to do. Obviously, Lenny did it. No offense, but thank you, Lenny, for making this. So I've had the idea I wanted to say always pleasure, never pain. That's like the main thrust of this one. I just love that concept. I love that phrase. I love saying it to junkies. I love making them feel bad about their habits, how they cannot stop. They can't put it down. They need to constantly feel good. Oh, you need to feel good. Always pleasure, never pain. I don't even know when we started saying it. Did I come up with saying that? I don't even know where that came from now. But I've been saying that forever. My original thought here, I actually just turned this on its side. It's when Lenny gave it to me, the vape was right side up. This. And it was like, yes. Originally, my thought process here was going to be to put this in like, this is going to be confusing for people, but there's this style, it's kind of gay, but there's this popular graphic design style right now kind of started this year being popular. It's been a thing for a while, but called Bento or Bento Box, which if you know what that is and you kind of already understand what it is, um, where it's like every element of the design is in its own little compartment or literally in its own little box. I've used it before on the Salvo Pancakes Happy to Be Here episode, the episode he hosted. The thumbnail for that episode is bento box design. And it looks pretty good. Again, it's kind of gay, but you can't argue with the results. It looks good in the end. And so originally I was going to have this in the box spinning around. I was going to have an image of Rufio in a box, several different boxes with text kind of going through them. Obviously, one of them saying always pleasure, never pain. A box with like, I think I found this video or this GIF or something online of somebody's brain being scanned while they were smoking or something, or an x-ray of somebody smoking. Yeah, I think that's it. I was going to put that in one. You know, you see their brain lighting up as they enjoy their pleasures. I mean, there's no real point to it. These are just ideas I have. These are just thoughts inside of my head that sometimes I feel like need to happen. And so, yeah, Lenny made this for me, a year ago, probably. And it's just, I started doing it and then deleted everything. Because I didn't like the way it was turning out. So I've been left with just this. It's just the vape. I now have a kind of a new idea for it. It would look pretty different. I don't even know how to describe it to you, what it would look like. Sort of a Y2K kind of dreamy visuals. Think some sort of European music channel commercial from the year 2002, something like that. With kind of it's the same idea still, the always pleasure, never pain thing, but not literally having Rufio on it. Not being that literal with it, more of a, I don't know, more of I really don't want to say a VHS feeling to it, because that shit is so overplayed, but it's hard to describe any other way. I don't know how else to say it. It would certainly look kind of like that. So pretend that it's something else and we have different words. That's another thing too, is I'll have these ideas while something's kind of hot, and then by the time I get around to it, I got to scrap it because it's hack. And I got to stop using it. Sometimes I'll make it and then I'll be like, fuck it, I'm using it. And then I got to stop using it within the year because it's already too, overdone. Whatever style I used or whatever, too many people are doing it. Which this is a thing that I'm thinking about doing when the show comes back as well, is I have a bunch of aborted show concepts, episodes of the show that were 60, 70, 80, sometimes 90% planned. Sometimes the entire thing was basically ready to go, and then just the episode never happened, never pulled the trigger on it. So I thought it might be fun to do sort of a lost episodes of Pod Awful, maybe every couple of weeks or something, where I just, instead of doing the episode, I just straight up say, like, this was an aborted concept. It's something, whatever reason, I give the reason why it wouldn't work. or why I decided not to do it or whatever happened. I give the story behind it, but then I still get to show you the bits I had planned or the trolling I had done or the videos I had recorded. One of them, and this was such a big one. And I've got a pretty funny fucking thing that came out of this. I was going back when NFTs first started hitting real hard. I had a whole gigantic NFT concept episode planned. And then as NFTs snowballed bigger and bigger, it just got lamer and lamer to do it. And I think enough time has passed now that it wouldn't seem that way, but there'd also be no reason to do it now. Just nobody talks about NFTs. Nobody cares. This was in the thick of it, in the swing of it. Nobody had made the I can just right click and save your thing joke yet. In fact, I was certainly within the first few people to have made that joke. That's kind of what the whole episode centered around. I don't want to give it all away, but I made NFTs that were stolen by right clicking and saving. Okay. That was the entire bit. And I got a real NFT artist to work with me. And I have all these recordings. I have this like long recording of me talking to the guy over Discord on video. He's on video. And we're planning a way to like, I'm like joking. You know what it was? The entire bit was, it was like a parody of Nathan For You. If you've ever seen Nathan For You, where he goes in and gives somebody a struggling business, a terrible idea to try to help their business out. This was a dude who had a middling NFT going for him, but it wasn't really taking off. And I told him I had the plan to make his NFT really take off. And I have this recording of us planning how to do that together. And something in that, part of me thought like, even if this episode completely goes through and this all works, that it wasn't really going anywhere. It wasn't going to be as funny as I thought. But then one thing happened while I was talking to the dude on video that made my jaw drop, that kind of made the whole thing worth it. And I've just been sitting on it. That's got to be 3 years ago now. 3 years ago. I've just been sitting on that. And there's a bunch of shit like that. There are so many scrapped episodes of Pod Awful. A lot I probably wouldn't even remember at this point, but that one I never forget. And I've just secretly had that one in my back pocket. So I thought it might be fun to do the lost episodes or the aborted episodes of Pod Awful. I don't know what to call it yet, but that would definitely be on there. There's one, I had a whole goon planned for an episode where now I'm like, it doesn't even make sense to cover this person anymore. But I've got a lot of really good, funny shit to make fun of with them. I mean, insane shit. And I was waiting for the moment for this person to kind of interact with me in a way where I'm like, okay, here's your episode. And it never happened. They just never attained that level. And it felt like punching a retard to mess with them. So I just didn't do the episode. But I have so much funny shit. I've got maybe one of the funniest StreamYard bombings we've ever done. Porn bombings we've ever done are a part of this. And there were people who were around for it. Maybe they can figure out what I'm talking about, but they were there for it live when it happened. But I got so much good shit off of that one. I've been sitting on an episode forever. And this dude has kind of disappeared from the internet. I mean, not really, but like nobody knows about or talks about or thinks about or cares about this guy. And so it would seem like sour grapes. It would seem kind of pathetic to cover him at this point, as if I'm like still hurt by something he did or said. Like that's the way it would come off. So that's why I never did the episode. But I think in the context of like I have really good shit and I just need some sort of format to show it to you, I think it would be all right. I would never do the episode just straight up at this point. It would be too embarrassing. Go with aborted. LOL, not safe for life. Yeah, remember the not safe for life episode? Not safe for live streaming episode. This is, yeah, this goes up there with that one. You really don't hear about NFTs anymore. Yeah, you don't. You just don't. You don't hear about NFTs at all, except from like a bot on Twitter that's like spamming your inbox or something. Nobody's doing NFTs at this point. Everybody knows it's dumb. And when I had all this planned, people were all aboard on NFTs. It would have been way funnier then. And certain aspects of the episode didn't come together in time. There wasn't like a laziness thing or just a me not pulling the trigger. There were certain things that needed to happen for that episode to really work. And it just didn't work out. And that happens all the time. There's so many troll jobs and catfishing and pranks and all this stuff that we do that, you know, some of it's got to go nowhere. You can't hit with every single one, although we're pretty close. But God damn, I mean, there's probably shit where like, if I really go through my files, there's probably shit where like we fucked with Shaman in some way that we didn't even do anything with it. There's so many extracurricular things like that weren't even necessarily intended for an episode where I could do, you know, probably a pretty good series on that. I know there's one thing in particular that I've always meant to release as a video. I know Lenny is dying to see this. I don't know if this would be enough for a full episode, even giving the context of like explaining this as an aborted thing. But I have a very funny video of a guy that I secretly recorded farting. And I've always meant to release it, and I just didn't do it. This guy might not even be he was a YouTuber. He might not even be a YouTuber anymore. I don't remember. Oh, I didn't release it originally because when I was planning to do, right around the time I was planning to do it, I lost my YouTube channel. And then it was like, all right. You know, I had other things to worry about at that point. And then I've just put it off and put it off. I got to think of a few more, but if I can come up with 3 or 4 of these things, then I'll definitely do a little series of lost or aborted episodes. The PODAWFUL Vault. The PODAWFUL Vault is coming. The Mormon Porn Bomb? What is the Mormon Porn Bomb? I don't even remember what that is. Yo, Tom, I don't want to know that your underwear is non-fungible. That's disgusting. And by the way, it's fun. I could funge it. I guarantee I could funge your underwear. You would let me. You'd like it. Tom is now worried he's the fart. Tom is not the farting guy. This was just some random YouTuber. It was one of those just beautiful kismet moments where I decided to randomly troll a guy for no reason. And I managed to get gold out of his ass. And he has no idea. He has no idea that for like 2 years now, maybe longer, I've just been sitting on a video of him ripping ass disgustingly. And I could have put it out there and embarrassed him so long ago. It's really funny. You hear any word about Santa Cruz Joker getting proved retarded in court? That's a great question. I guess his court date should be coming up here if it hasn't already happened, huh? Yeah, we should look back into it. Maybe somebody could do a little digging on that, find out if I think he just got off. I think they didn't even have the second date, and they just kind of, it's fucking California. They just let every criminal off. We still don't know officially who Santa Cruz Joker beat up. Didn't it say it was elder abuse? That he either beat up his mom or some random old person? And his argument for not getting in trouble for it is that he is legally retarded. I would like a follow-up on that. I don't know if that's worth an episode, but I would just like the follow-up. Now, when we're doing daily shows, and we will be doing daily shows, we'll be doing lots of little topics, okay? The finest garbage from my Twitter timeline. The finest random post to fill time from Discord. I've got a few ideas already for episodes for not coming. These are all things that will be kind of old by the time I get there. But here's a good one. I talked to a guy. If you know my history, you might know that I had a roommate named Keenan Jerome Floyd. Well, I talked to a guy who also had to deal with Keenan. I'm going to have him on the show. That's going to be a fun one. That's going to be a really fun one. The stuff he was telling me was very funny. Seemed like a good guy, funny guy. He's a comedian. Seemed like a funny guy. He's got some good stories about Keenan Jerome Floyd, who tried to sue me with a terrorist rapist lawyer. Check out the Pizza Fund for that one. World War End tops content. Yeah. World War Negro is one of the best episodes of Pod Awful. If you've never seen World War Negro, number one, you have to watch the. World War Negro is the lead in. World War Negro is good, but then the Fallout show from it is maybe one of the best episodes of Pod Awful. It's one of my favorites. Is it in my list of? I've got a playlist of my favorites on the website. I hope it's in that playlist because I think about that one all the time. That shit was so funny. So good. Oh my God. Classic times. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I had to turn my ex-roommate into my pay piggy, and he fucking made it so easy. And he's about to do it again. It's about to get even better. Yeah, terror rapist. Keenan Ivory Floyd is the nerdiest, gayest ever. Watch World War Negro and then watch the Fallout show from, I don't remember I think the Fallout show is called The Worst Lawyer Ever, which is a very lame title, but it's accurate. It's so, I've kind of spoiled it for you, but it's still funny enough that it doesn't matter. You really got to see that one if you haven't. And I'm not just saying that because it's in the $20 level. It's got to be it has to be in the $20 level. It's so insane. We're going to start covering the Costco guys. Okay, so I don't know. Is there anything else I wanted to take a look? These are just a few random. I've got other ones, but these I don't really want to show those. No, I don't think I do. But these are just a few random projects where maybe I'll stream myself actually like doing this one. I'll settle on a design for the always pleasure, never pain, and then I'll stream myself really doing it. How about that? Uh-oh. I don't want to show you this. I don't think I want to show you that. Ooh, uh-oh. I don't think I want to show you this. A little sneak preview there. Sneak preview of something. Yeah, I don't think I want to show you there. The other stuff is too good. I want it to be a fun surprise. This is a good one, though. Will this show it? Yeah. Shout out. Oh, made a stinky. Okay. Oh man, I gotta be careful clicking on some of this stuff. I don't know what I might show. What? No. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna call it there. But yeah, I'll get back to work on this one. Maybe I'll stream myself. I've never done that before. Stream myself actually creating one of these things, but maybe I should. Are people interested in that? Do something like that soon. I just want you to know I'm working so hard on this. I just had to get on here so that because people are complaining. You know, you guys watching Fish Tank? I'm watching Fish Tank. It sucks. It's like this has been the best season ever, but the ending they've totally flopped on, and they're not communicating with anybody. And they're doing basically a big fuck you to the audience. And so it got me thinking, it's like, you know, I've got a few people who are like, do shows. Where's the show? Fuck you, Jesse. I don't want to buy a sweater. You're not even doing shows. I'm like, I'm working harder than when I'm doing shows right now. I have put so much effort into this thing I'm working on. It's crazy. And then the shit that's going to come after that is, you know, if we pull any of it off, it'll be a miracle. Let's do this. Let's wrap this up in a way that everyone hates. Hello.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, Day.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, dear.
Did you almost call me
dear.
Daddy? Did you almost call me Daddy?
No.
I think you did.
I mean, I would love that, but I know you wouldn't have me.
Yay.
I would have you.
Okay.
You guys watching the stream?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You guys watch Fish Tank?
No.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not
A little
today.
bit today.
Yeah.
Today was pretty bad.
I caught a little what came through. They got I think they got a strike or something. Their video went down while it was live.
Oh, I guess they went to a gun range. I think it had to do with
Yeah.
that.
What,
They're shooting
since when are
machine
you
guns.
not allowed to shoot guns on YouTube? I've seen that a million times.
Yeah, there's some recent stuff with like machine guns specifically. I don't
Yeah,
know.
supposedly they don't like you doing full auto on YouTube. You can shoot guns, but for some reason they're
What?
not cool with like automatic.
And then some loser reported. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That
Now,
is-
don't quote me on that because I think my source for that might be either Grand Thumb or Brandon Herrera, one of those
Well,
like
they would
GunTube
know.
guys.
I mean, that's who would know.
Yeah.
Some guy says, Jesse, how long are the sweaters going to be up for? I'm going to wear it with my Medicare hat. We're running low. I put a certain amount of them up. There's a limited quantity, so I can't tell you a time necessarily. I will say this: I'm taking the sweaters off the store for sure by January. I know that the 3XL and the 2XL are running out, not because every single person who listens to PodAWFUL is fat, but because I only put a very limited quantity of each of those sizes up to begin with.
Mm.
So if you're a 2X or a 3X, you don't have long. I will say this: it's interesting you say you want to wear it with your Medicare hat, Chris, because I was thinking, would it be funny if I just sell Medicare hats? I was waiting to see if he was going to like go live for yet another I'm going to die, this is my final stream, I'm selling hat stream. Somebody the other day had like retweeted an old Medicare tweet doing that, where he's doing his, hat-a-thon to save himself from his own anime dungeon or whatever. And I thought it was like, oh, this is a thing coming up. So I was like, damn, I should like quickly make a Medicare hat and put it on the store and then undercut him. I don't know what he sells his for and if I can get away with undercutting it, because goddamn, the shipping prices alone on this shit is killing me. But if I can, I probably will do that. So be on the lookout soon. I will just be not, by the way, not a PODAWFUL version. Just a straight up ripoff. 4 out of 5 stars. I don't know what he calls it, but I might just start selling those exact same hat. I'll find the exact make and model of the hat and everything. I'll take a look at mine and get that on the store.
I already burnt mine.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what was I gonna say to you guys? Forget. I don't know. Lenny, your vape, huh?
I busted.
I'm telling you, I had a whole thing. I had it set up in a full on, not like, I mean, it wasn't close to done or anything, but it was in a grid that I had made with different elements and shit, and deleted all of it. I got rid of all of it because I wasn't happy with it. But maybe I'll stream myself editing that one, and you can sit there and watch and enjoy the fruits of your labor. How did you make that, by the way? I forget now.
That right there, I believe I made in Blender.
You made that in Blender? See, that's amazing. Lenny's
really...
Is it easy? Way easier than
you
think?
I was gonna say it's really the thing I enjoyed more when I was starting to fuck around with game development. I decided that I liked doing the 3D modeling, making the assets better. It's fun.
Yeah. Well, see, I'd be the exact opposite. I would hate that part. But
modeling in Blender's gotten easier over the years.
Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, obviously, of course it would, but I just have never messed with it. I had Blender at one point. I mean, years and years ago, back when I had a fucking PC, I had Blender. So that's a long time ago. And I just never had the time to sit there and mess with it and figure it out. Lenny's an impressive guy. He just sits there, he just noodles on things and does stuff like this. It's very... I mean, this is like one of the first things you've ever made, right? This vape.
That was the first thing I made. Yeah.
Some people might be like, that's not that good, but first time, this is excellent. You kidding me? It's great. It's got little light highlight details and stuff on it.
I still want to figure out how to do the liquid simulation to make the vape juice move around.
Yeah. That's all right.
But I don't know how that would work once you put it into a video.
Well, by the time I'm done with this thing, nobody will even be able to tell it's a vape. I'm going to destroy it with effects and presets and...
You see the little atomizer in the juice tank?
Plugins. No. I don't know what those words mean.
The little like dome inside of the green or the purple juice.
Oh, yeah.
There's an actual that's transparent.
Look,
fluid in
he
there.
did a transparency and everything, and you've got the little slider thing on there, whatever that's called.
Where's the slider thing? Like the exhaust, like that you can change the valve. Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Really went for it.
Modeled after my own vape.
Vape after my own vape. Yeah, pretty impressive. Lenny's always doing, like, every fucking time I talk to Lenny, he's like, yeah, you know what? You're kind of a different guy. A little bit.
You're just being nice to me because that guy said you guys are always mean to me. I get what you're doing.
No, but you don't know. Here's the thing. I'm actually giving you shit right now because somehow you get away with being a different guy. Every time I talk to you, you're a different type of guy again. like Mersh, like James. You know what? You're a Gundam guy. Then you're I've decided I'm making
Hello?
video game. Hello.
Hi, Stella.
Then you're I'm deciding I'm making video games guy. Then you're like yeah, I 3D model too, by the way, guy. What was one of the ones you were doing recently? And by recently,
Did
I
you
mean
know
within the past
Lenny
year.
used to be well, he kind of is a motorcycle guy too.
You're a motorcycle guy? I had no idea.
I have 2 motorcycles. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
It's amazing.
Well, that makes sense though to me because of your bow-leggedness.
How do you think I got that way?
Well, I've got my own speculations on that, but anyway. So big stuff. Daily PODAWFUL.
Uber drivers farting.
Yeah, the guy was an Uber driver. Uber driver, a YouTube Uber driver, ripping ass. At some
Thought he was
point,
safe.
and again, this might all be 5 years
StreamYard.
from now, just to be clear. There's no guarantees, but these are all. Damn, I mean, I've had the lost episodes idea I've had for at least 3 years. So that's how long I've just been sitting on that. But then other stuff always comes up, and then I decide to do some silly daily show thing that's just a joke, really. And you know.
Wait, is Spooky Charles really dead? Or is it just like an inactive?
No, I mean
ghost?
dead as in we don't hear or see from him anymore. If he was dead,
Oh, okay.
I assume we would see him in his own mirrors.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I might need co-hosts for this, though. That is one thing that is tripping me
Did I
up.
tell you the new kind of guy I am?
What was that?
A co-host guy.
Oh, okay. I hope you're free at 4 p.m. Eastern or whatever time we're deciding on.
Yeah, I don't do mornings. I also have a day job.
Yeah. Well, I might deputize a few of you as co-hosts, but not have everybody on at the same time. That drives everyone insane. I was watching a sorry, I don't remember who put up the clip, but somebody who is hard archivist. Which one of you is hard archivist? Anybody in here?
Isn't that I don't remember.
I think it was hard.
Isn't it Scampus?
I don't remember.
First-
Yeah, that's me.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Scampus.
Yeah.
Scampus, were you the one that uploaded the Ricada mugshot clip?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was a great clip. I was watching that clip and I'm like, we're firing on all cylinders. And how could anybody hate the Discord guys? We're rolling. Like everybody's jumping in, making jokes. I'm not stumbling over any of it. It's all gravy. Even when somebody does kind of interrupt a little, it's like for a good point. That's a great clip.
Yeah, it was a solid 10 minutes. I didn't have to cut me.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's like you said before, like people can't imagine watching a show where the host doesn't hate them.
That's
Yeah.
very true.
Let that sink in.
Let that sink in. Let that sink. Whatever happened to Comedy Shaman, by the way? Has he just
Really?
disappeared?
He gave his life over to Garsh.
Because I mean, I see his thread is a little active again in here, but it had been a while, and all of the activity is just about a different guy now. Everybody's more interested in some other dude in Comedy Shaman's thread. So, is he dead? Like, did he die?
I don't know.
Has anybody
He
heard?
devoted his life to Mormonism.
Wow.
Well,
And-
didn't he give up his server or something again?
Did he? I don't know.
He
I'm
hasn't
still in there.
posted on his server in a while, though.
No, it's still there. Because the last thing I saw was that he had renamed himself Radio Silent, which I was like, okay, that's good. I think that I said he had been Radio Silent, so once again, it's him stealing But yeah, he called himself radio silent because he's not doing anything. But now it's like you're not even posting. Like you're just gone entirely. I cannot believe how quickly he got run off the internet. I legitimately thought that the Feds prank was going to build him up stronger. I did not think he would actually get torn down harder by that. Now, of course, part of the problem might actually be Lisa, you catfishing him, and that might have devastated him a little bit too much. But all right, anyway, my dream of a little peanut gallery in the background of Pod Awful. I hear you loud and clear, everybody. You're not into it. I think everybody can handle if it's one or two guys, though. So we're going to try a one or two guys system. Not every episode either. We're going to try that for the daily show. See how that works out. If it instantly is bad, it's not like I'm going to be sitting there trying it forever, trying to force it to work. I don't want to make people mad that like the show. I've gotten so used, like I love making people who don't watch and don't like the show mad. That's so fun for me that I got confused at some point and started enjoying the people who like the show getting mad about it. When at first it's like, Jesse, I watch for the past 7 years. I love everything you do. For the love of God, stop doing this. I should at least take it into account. Okay. And you're probably wrong. You are probably wrong, but I should at least give you a fair shot. And enough people have complained about Discord that we could probably change course a little bit on that. So I hear you. It's happening. Sorry to everybody in here. It does kind of mean you guys suck, I guess, is what everybody has been saying. You know, it's funny, like Space Ghost is in here. He hates you guys on the show, and he's in here. So we'll fix it. We'll fix it. I just figured, how bad could it be? You've got shows where, you know, now nobody wants to talk about it. It's funny. Yeah, everybody got quiet after that.
Space Ghost just unmuted himself.
I mean, Mr. Menaker just had that big June the King episode about him.
I don't know what the fuck any of that means, but
yeah.
You know, I figure if a guy can get away with having his wife as a co-host, like how bad could it be that people who literally are involved with the pranks of the show are sitting in for the show? Like to me, it's like, I don't get it. Maybe people just don't realize like how involved everybody is. That was kind of part of the point of having everyone on, was so that they would realize, but nobody's getting it, and I'm listening. Fine. You can't take it. It's too many voices. You're too autistic. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix the red light.
No.
I don't want to.
Never.
Listen, if a regular, okay, you got to realize what we're doing here, though.
No,
listen, hear me out. The entire point of this, the entire point of the digital litter is we're trying to get people in. And if a random regular guy is going to get pissed off from the red light alone, maybe he would have liked it without the red light. Then
more of those. I feel like you forcing Pod Awful onto the audiences of other shows, it's really good stuff. Yeah. I like it.
Well,
always good.
There was a time where I planned for at least maybe a season of just making Pod Awful, just me showing up on other people's shows. There would be no other episodes of the show. It's just me as a guest on other people's shows, ruining their show, turning it into my show. But that was unfeasible, because who's going to invite me on knowing that that's what I do? I do still get invited on every once in a while, but yeah. Which one have you listened to lately? What put this hair across your rear end?
Well, like I've said before, I'm clinically drastically retarded. So this morning on the drive to work, I was listening to the Randbot one for some reason.
Oh man.
Jesus.
And
Oh,
up until like the last hour, 45 minutes when he started playing like gay anime music, it was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, you
That
know,
one's rough.
except for,
gay.
you know, it was rough to get through because he kept on repeating himself in that drunken Australian accent. The Colonel Kurtz ones were good too. I especially like that one where you were talking about Mersh at the end. You know, you gave her like a quick 45-minute rundown of like he's fat, he's retarded,
you know
he wanted
that
to
is
sue me because I made fun of him.
that's my least favorite part of going on these shows though, is when I have to sit there and do the Mersh explainer, the Stein
Mhm.
explainer. Very
Well, to me that
rarely
was funny
somebody
because
else.
she was like, "Oh, I wanted to go on his show," and then you just pop that bubble instantly, and you're
Yeah.
like, "Let me stop you right there."
and now
Yeah.
she's friends with Ethan Ralph.
That was funny like the first 12 times, but I've had to do that. So every time I get invited on some show, it's like, who's Mersh? And it's like, okay, now this is just going to be me talking about Mersh.
Why do you hate Dick Masterson?
Oh,
Yeah,
that
occasionally
one,
Dick
yeah.
Masterson. It's really just those three. I can't even think of anybody else I ever have to do that with. But
Well, I guess what you could say what originally got the H2BH to show hair across my ass was recent events regarding former Twisted Mind co-host Kyler. I went back and I checked out the H2BH to show episodes where you were on Twisted Mind. Those were pretty good. I really liked those. Even the one that really didn't have a lot to do with Mersh, you know, those were really great.
yeah,
Especially because it was just like two
I loved
drunk
going
guys
on
and
Twisted
you
Mind.
fucking with two drunk guys, like completely sober, just like fucking with them for like 6 hours at a time.
I really don't like having to talk to drunk people, but I did enjoy doing Twisted Mind. That was actually a lot of fun. Until
What happened to Kyler was crazy.
well,
Yeah, dude. Shit.
man, I feel bad for Kyler, but at the same time, I think he's misdirecting a little bit of his anger, a little bit of his pain here. And this is not. I don't want to talk out of. I don't know anything, by the way. I'm not. You know, some
His
people.
girlfriend killed himself in front of him.
Yeah, herself. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
Burying the lead on the trans. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Well, speaking
sucks,
of
obviously.
Kyler, to
Yeah.
tie it back to Menaker, do you plan to buy MrMenaker.com from Kyler? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I considered it because I was that you that tagged me in that?
Yes, it was.
I had already been thinking about selling the Medicare hats when you tagged me in that, and I was like, damn, that might be good for that bit. But then I wasn't sure I was going to actually sell the Medicare hat. That's the only reason I would do it. I wouldn't buy it for any other. I already own so many fucking domains. And then he, you know, who knows how much he's going to want for it. There's a domain I'm trying to buy off of a guy right now, just some random one that it's literally, it's just part, you know what it is? It's actually part of my autism for these old weird websites like Heaven's Gate. One of the ones that I want to make a bumper about, I'm trying to buy a very similar domain to it off of a dude, and it ain't worth shit, but he thinks he's got something and he wants me to pay like way too much. And it's funny because I've actually seen him go on different forums and on Reddit and stuff and try to get the URL appraised for how much it's worth. And everybody's like, yeah, maybe like $200 or something. And he's like, no, it's got to be like $3,000. It's like, nobody's going to pay. No, I'm the only guy who is even interested in it at all. You happen to have found one guy who would want it. But it ain't worth fucking it's not worth $1,000 to me. And it's certainly not worth that after I've seen many different people who appraise URLs say this thing's not worth fucking jack shit. So yeah, I don't really need another. That's why I didn't really respond to that, is I don't need another URL debacle going on right now. I've probably got enough URLs as it is.
Did you still have faggot.army?
No. Thank you for saying that
Damn.
into YouTube, but no.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
It's all right. Nobody cares. I'm not monetized. I don't think they give a shit. Should I monetize the channel again? I feel like that's what gets me in trouble. I feel like they care. Do you think they care more when you're monetized? It's easier to get in trouble, or I would always assume less, because then you can deal with like the partner program and stuff. But and you're making them.
Well, they
money.
run ads anyways, even if you're not monetized, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm rethinking this strategy. The only reason I monetized the last channel was I thought it was like a, slightly better way of maybe not getting in trouble. But I think I'm wrong about that. I think I'm fucking up by doing that. But I think I could even, the craziest part is I think I could even monetize it using the exact same AdSense account I had on the last YouTube channel, and it wouldn't be a problem, because that's what I did with the last channel. The last channel was the same AdSense account as the one before that. They didn't give a shit. It's really crazy. Like, you would think that would be one of their number one ways of catching somebody ban evading, but nope. But I deleted the AdSense account anyway after the last channel went down. And because it's not like they were ever going to send me my fucking money anyway. And so there's a part of me that's like, you're probably getting like algorithmically fucked by not monetizing.
I feel like the Eye of Sauron is on you a little harder when you're monetized.
Yeah, it's hard to make that call. I'm not interested in it for the money part whatsoever. I honestly, I think it's it splits my revenue up too much. It's asking too much of too many different people in too many different places. But if it would help the YouTube channel, then I would do it.
Would you ever consider streaming the show to X or Twitter, whatever the fuck you want to call it?
I've done that before a couple times. I have never seen anybody actually watch a thing on Twitter. I've tuned into to streams that supposedly have thousands and thousands of people watching them on Twitter, and there's nobody chatting. Not one. That's not possible. It's not. It can't be zero. But I've seen that.
You think there's like a Rumble thing going on?
Well, I think it's like they're counting a view as a guy scrolling past. And Twitter's.
If I see it,
yeah,
I just watch it where I usually watch it.
Right. Exactly. Yes. 100%.
It's more like a notification.
Yes, exactly. It's just a way for me to go, oh yeah, I want to see that on YouTube. Yeah. I just don't believe it's like, if they started catering toward video in a way, if the platform made sense for video, sure. If they had like a tube style page on X where you could easily find videos and streams and shit, and it wasn't, that fucking shitty TikTok shorts style thing where they, the second the video is over, it's flies to the next video and you're forced to auto watch that one, then sure, maybe. But their platform as it is sucks for watching video. And I think everyone inherently knows and agrees with that, and nobody watches video on it as a result. So yeah, maybe. The answer to your question, I guess, is maybe. Maybe one day, possibly, who knows? But it ain't there yet. I think their plan is to do that, though. I think Elon Musk has said that they want to focus. He said that a bunch of times, and then just nothing ever seems to happen, really. But yeah, if that happens, if something if it would have to be a radical change, and it would have to be a radical change in the way that streaming to it works. Because right now, streaming to X is a little bit like trying to stream to fucking Rumble. Like they're just not really set up for it. You have to jump through hoops. Setting it up for YouTube takes like a minute, and every part of it makes sense and is like clear what you're doing and how you're setting it up. And then I literally can't even find the page to live stream on X half the time. Like it's a separate URL that is not anywhere in the main dashboard on X. I have to Google it every single time. And then I hate any platform where I've got to put in a brand new title every time and it's a new stream key on YouTube. I get to use the same stream key every time if I want. I don't ever have to change it. I'm ready to go. On all the other fucking platforms, it's like you're doing it for the first time every time. It's just too much effort to restream to all these things. Kick is the same one every time. So I'm right now live on Kick, I think. I didn't even look or check. If you're watching on Kick, thanks, I guess. But I only do that one because the only thing you have to change over there is the title, which I find annoying. But it's slightly easier than Rumble or Odyssey or X. All of those just absolutely suck for live streaming. Anyway, if you've got music I can use for this bump or any bump, let me know. Thank you. And I got to get back to work on this shit that I'm working on that you won't even give a fucking shit about when I'm done with it. It's going to be, you're not going to be impressed at all. I will have sunk months, maybe years of my life into this, and no one will give a shit. But I had to do it. It had to be done. And I'm happy to be here and happy to have done it. And also, give $1 to the pizza fund.
$1, guys.
$1. Just get $1 into the pizza fund. This is not a beg. It is a demand. If you watch the show, give me $1. If you want to be part of the cult, give me $1. If you want to know about Project JKULTRA, give me $1. I might have made
Phase 4.
I might have made it 6.
Inside scoop on Phase 4.
Phase 4.
Yeah.
Phase 4 is happening. It's going to be big. We're going to be doing shit. It's going to be crazy. All right. No more.
It's going to be illegal.
It's going to be illegal. It's going to be, we're going to be committing crimes, bad ones. And you're going to miss out if you're not
join the Discord.
Basically, if you don't give me $1, you're going to miss out. So give me $1. In fact, maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll make it so that the streams are only on the website, but for $1. You really want to be there and see it. $1, please. I literally make probably 60 cents off of that, by the way. So come on. I mean,
that's right. Yeah.
Everybody, if everyone here right now gave $1, then dear God would bring that back to you tenfold, a millionfold. So spare $1 and keep our religion going. We are going to finally tear down the little bit of wall left between the internet and reality. There's not much of it left anyway after COVID. But PODAWFUL's going physical soon. Again. Okay? PODAWFUL might show up to your doorstep. You ready?
Yeah.
The pizza fund is not a subscription, it's a tithe.
See, Pascal
Tax deductible.
Pascal in chat says never pay for pizza fund for life. Never chat again.
Oof.
That simple. I'm not joking around. $1. All right. $1. Why? You'll see. You'll see. If you had any idea. You know what? I'll tell you this. Feds, I don't know if she wants me saying this, but I don't give a shit. Feds messaged me yesterday, and she's like, I'm buying Christmas presents. Is there some way I can give to PodAwful more than, doing henchman shit, more than $40? Is there something you need for the show? And I was like, yeah, $200,000. I need it for something. And she was like, I can't do that. And I was like, all right, well, then nothing. But she's trying to, the end result of this conversation was me saying I don't actually need anything. I'm fine. I'm not broke, and I think I have everything. But part of it, she was like, "Oh, is there like a piece of equipment or something that you've been looking at or thought about getting?" There's like a couple things, but I've recently made several incredibly large purchases for the show. Okay,
Nice.
Your money goes back into this show every fucking time. It's pizza and the show, and that's it. All right. And I've spent thousands on shit for the show. By the way, before the show went down, that you haven't seen yet. Things that you don't even, oh my God. Oh my God. There is one thing I was thinking about, though. This is too expensive. I could never ask anybody. Even if somebody was like, I'm an independently rich, crazy person who just loves your show. I have unlimited amounts of cash. What do you want? This would still be too big of an ask ever. Just mostly because I don't know that I could even properly utilize it. There is a camera that I've been thinking about getting for the show that would improve the quality quite a bit. But I don't know that it would actually work within my ecosystem of things. So I haven't pulled the trigger on that one. That was like literally the only thing I could think of because I've got so much shit. There's things that I've got that haven't been implemented into the show yet. And I'm talking $15,000 worth of equipment. Minimum that has not made it into the show yet. So when I say $1, that's it's $15,000 is still ready to go into the show here. It's this isn't a Mersh style grift or a steel toe style beg. We're not trying to hit the goal. Our goal is to hurt the innocent, to affect the eyes and ears of those who cannot stop what's coming to them. The horrifying truths that they're about to endure. The disinformation superhighway powered by crime. Get ready. Psyopaganda. It's happening. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Are you
ready.
fucking ready? This is a movement. This is a movement, okay? Remember when we started a movement that involved getting people to vote by showing them a picture of a black woman that was horrifying? This is a movement, a grassroots fucking movement. And sorry, Pascal, oh, never pay pizza fund for life. You're left in the dust. I don't have time for that, okay? And it's, by the way, all you had to do was say nothing, and then you're fine. I don't know if you're in the pizza fund or not, and I don't care. But you're a detractor? Drink the goo. Okay? If you're in, drink the goo.
I'm happy Gooby here.
You got to get. We're gonna get into some deep lore, some dark
Let's
lore.
fucking goo.
Let's fucking goo. This is happening. We're gonna fix the internet. We're gonna solve world comedy. It's all coming. Lenny's gonna fix his headphone bleed so I don't hear myself back anymore.
Oh, is that happening?
Oh yeah.
Yikes.
Oh yeah, big time. We are rewriting
He's got a new
history.
headset.
All right, we're remaking reality. We're destroying thought. We're making fun. It's all happening. And all the little nooks and crannies and crags and crooks in between are going to get filled in by PODAWFUL fucking nonsense. Oh, something I said doesn't make any sense? Something I said directly contradicts a thing that previously happened on the show, or directly contradicts a thing that you witnessed yourself, eyewitness on the internet. I'm making up lies about people to make fun of them, and you noticed? Nope. We're filling it all in with a dark spackle. You heard of dark matter? You and your scientists? Oh, there's an entire part of the universe we can't explain because I swear the Earth is a globe and gravity's real. Oh, how do we make it all work? Oh, dark matter. Oh, your god of the gaps is silly. But anyway, here's some dark matter that fixes science. Dark spackle. We're fixing lore. We're fixing internet. It's all happening. It's all coming. I promise you. I'm sort of a, it says on screen, internet television, PODAWFUL, internet television. I'm a televisionary. I have thoughts and ideas and concepts that you won't be able to comprehend yet. So drink the goo, get in, buckle up. It's happening. There's some sick shit on the way. And previously, this show has been a headphones on, keep this a secret kind of thing. Nuh-uh. Not for the rest of season Ephemera Obscura. I don't think so, mister. We got to get in. The mutant weirdos. The regular folks. The normies. We got to pull a few of them in. Why not? Let's just laugh at them, their fucking faces. Let's convince them that we're normal too. Yeah, we're your friends. We totally are just like you. We also talk about the thing on Twitter.
Well, check out Dirk. Dirk's henchman maxing now.
What happened on LOLcow Live the other day? We're interested. Destiny sucked off Turkey Tom. Actually, I am interested in that one wholeheartedly. All of this shit, okay? 1 year. Give it a year. 1 year of that. Okay? Is all I'm saying. A year of playing the game. And then one day we flip the switch. Now, this is going to require a full year of not losing a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
So this might not be able to be done. But if you play the game, there shouldn't be an issue. So we'll see what happens. Is this all? I'm betting it all on this one fucking thing. Okay? We're just putting it all in. We're going full. I don't know. I don't want to use the wrong terms here. I'm being careful with what I say. One, to not give too much away, but two, so that people don't get the wrong idea. I don't, I said this is going to be a daily show like Revenge of the Sis or one of these other terrible streams. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. This is not a grift. This is not, it's not Nick Fuentes. This isn't America First. This is way, way scarier and gayer than America First. All right? This is something different. And at the end of it, if I achieve all of my goals, which, by the way, I haven't set a goal in a long time. So this is scary. This is big scary. But if I even get close to my goals, this is going to become something real different and real weird. We just need a certain number of people 100% in, tricked. I need a percentage of audience that have been tricked into being here. Okay? Mark this, by the way. Fucking put this one in your bookmarks, clip this, save this one. One day this will come back, maybe to bite me, but maybe in a very funny way. If we can build this up just a little bit, not too much because you know what happens. Build this up just a little bit. Get this a little bit bigger. And by the way, bigger means like not even the biggest PODAWFUL has ever been. Because again, when that happens, I lose my YouTube channel. So like half of that maybe is necessary. Just a little bit bigger. Tiny smidge bigger. Which I think I can do if I really nose to the grindstone this. There's going to be an insane payoff to all of this. I hope everyone's ready for tax exempt status. Okay. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready to pull off the most retarded con of all time. Stupid. Absolute stupid shit. What was the L. Ron Hubbard quote about religion? Anybody
Didn't they have a
know?
bet who could make a religion?
That's the old tale. I don't think that's actually true, but he supposedly said what was the quote?
Science fiction writing, you get like a penny a word. If you want to make money, start a religion.
Yeah, if you want to, you don't get rich writing science fiction. If you want to get rich, you start a religion. I don't want to get rich. All right. You certainly don't get rich doing a low-level podcast on YouTube. You do get rich doing a big podcast on YouTube. I don't want to be rich. That's not what this is. I do want to be tax exempt. I do want to pull off something insane. I do want people to go, wait, what the fuck was that? What?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that thing I saw that one time? Happening. Amerigoo first, they're saying in the chat room. Not gonna lie, you're reaching for the stars with not getting banned, but we're rooting for you. I know. Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know. I'm going to be pulling out all the stops. I only even say this right now so that the people who are the most involved, and that's why we had to get rid of that one guy, the people who are the most invested, let's call it, understand these next steps. Nobody, I don't want anybody who's in, I don't want this to be a Discord people situation. What I mean is the people out there who have been watching the show forever and then don't understand when I have on the Discord people, in my mind, you should understand it. because you've been watching the show forever. And it's not a new concept. We've been doing hangouts on the show since 2012, I believe. Let's see. 6 days from now is the 15-year anniversary of PodAWFUL. So for most of that time, there's been random weirdos who listen to the show chiming in on the show. But now everybody acts like because Discord is gay, which I get, that somehow makes that a dumb concept now, even though we've been doing it forever and that's the show you've been listening to forever, supposedly. I don't want one of those situations where you think you know the show and then you don't understand what's going on. So I hope I'm being clear enough here. You're invested. If you're a true believer of the show, TTP, trust the plan here. All right. It's gonna seem rocky, might seem a little shitty at first. Might not be what you thought you signed up for exactly. There's a 5-year fucking plan for every single thing on PodAWFUL. You won't have to wait 5 years for this one. But these are all concepts that I've been stewing on forever. And they've never made more sense than this year. And this year is now come and gone. And I didn't pull the trigger. So we got to pull that trigger. It's got to happen. Got to happen. This was supposed to happen 4 years ago. Should have happened January. Now it's got to happen. I got too comfortable. I got too nervous when the channel went down time before last. I went, okay. Every time that happens, I come back. I go, let's just give it a minute to reset. Let me just have a minute here, reset, just get the show on its feet again. No more of that. And if we lose a YouTube channel again, fine. We just go in guns blazing from the top again. We go for it again. And I'll try that 3 more times before I give up on this concept. And then I give up. And we just do the show. But I study the patterns of the internet. I'm a noticer. Okay? I notice things online. And I study these patterns. I've seen it. I theorized these things before they were put into action. Now I'm seeing people putting these things into action. And all of my theories were proven correct. Before anybody was, surviving off of clips, and there was this whole clip community, I had that shit figured out. Fucking 8 years ago. 8 years ago, I had that shit. I knew that's where things were going. And I don't do it because in my head, I'm like, oh, PodAWFUL's the show that doesn't do the shitty stuff. I try to stay pure with my vision of the show. Nah. I'm gay. So don't nod to that. You're wearing a mask right now, Dirk. You can't nod that I'm gay when you're wearing a mask because I told you to. So
hey, I'm just glad you're finally admitting it. No, I'm just kidding.
So here's the deal. You know what this is? For me, the wake-up call, what this is like when I lost the YouTube channel, the first one. Because I was always Mr. Principal. I was always Mr. You can't report people because you wouldn't want to be the guy, who's reporting people. And then I get reported. And it's like, well, shit. Of course you're going to get fucking attacked. If you go online and say, I will never report someone, well, then people can fuck with you with impunity. But you become the guy who's like, you sure about that, motherfucker? And it becomes a little less often. It doesn't, at the very least, the people start taking precautions before they do it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So in the same way, it's like, if you're not willing to play with every opportunity, every tactic, every tool that's available to you on the internet, if you want to be Mr. Principal about it, you're going to get fucked. You're going to get fucked. That's what I've been. I'm fucked. As a gay guy.
Did something like happen?
No. So you just got here. Shut up. So.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm streaming. You could have been watching. So. I'm no longer, being selective about the arrows in my quiver. Okay? We're going to do dirty, weird, underhanded, hack, grimy shit.
Hell yeah.
And I'm not, by the way, just to be clear, I'm not talking about reporting people's channel. That was a comparison. That's not what I mean here. I'm talking those little fucking things, the digital litter that we hate on the internet. Just like we started going, fuck it, let's do digital litter. Everybody's doing digital litter. And again, this was the concept. How long ago did I invent that term? Whenever I invented that term, that's when I had this idea. Whenever I said that the first time, 2018, 2019, somewhere in there. I think that I can be sure of. I thought of that the first time. There's no more room for this kind of, tiptoeing. There's no more room for, you can't make it. You can't do anything. You can't be seen if you're drowning in everyone else's trash. You just got to throw your trash on top of theirs. Oh, okay, more trash then. The internet's a fucking landfill. Do you want to be the guy who's sitting in his own filth in his house because he doesn't want to contribute to the landfill? Oh, I don't want to throw anything away. That'd be too much. The earth is stinky enough as it is. I better live in my own filth, my own mess, stew inside my own juices. No, throw that shit out the fucking window like it's 1800s London or also 2024 London. Just toss your piss and shit right out the window on top of the retards below. All right, I might be mixing some metaphors here. I'm just letting you know as succinctly as I currently can what the game plan is here. So you know, so you get it. And this is not coming from a place of, what is the word I'm looking for here? This is not coming from a place of jealousy.
Cynicism? Oh, okay.
This is not coming from a place of cynicism. That is one of the words I was looking for. This is not coming from a place of
bitterness?
Bitterness. This is not coming from a place of greed. None of that. This is coming from a place of, I just want to be back where I was and doing the shit that I should have been able to do for the past 4 years. And doing I'm 4 years behind now. I'm 4 years further behind than I normally am. Where, my big ideas for shows and stuff have been taken from me. My ability to do certain things, my plans for doing funny shit got fucked. And I'm not going to let myself get fucked by nonsense. I'm not letting myself get fucked by jeets. I'm not letting myself get fucked by losers reporting my shit. And if that takes doing whatever, pulling out all the stops and stakes, got to do it. Got to do it. And, there's a part of me that goes like, with every one of these, feels bad. Feels bad to, oh, I'm going back on my principle. Every fucking person who successfully pulled something off had to go back on their principles in some way. You can't name one who didn't.
What about Jesus?
Jesus Christ had to pretend like he didn't know that Judas was going to, quote unquote, betray him. He knows the future.
Okay, fair enough.
So how is that a betrayal? And yet he still acted like Judas was the bad guy. How is Judas not the good guy of the story? He made the fucking thing happen. So every single guy has to do this at some point. And again, it's not about a fame or a money thing. It's about an accomplishing goals thing. Walk on or be walked on. Add to the pile or get buried in the pile. That's all it is. So, you know, in the past, I'm like, oh, no YouTube ads. And then I see that fucking YouTube videos don't get seen. I go, maybe I got to let YouTube monetize my channel or else no one's ever going to see any of my videos ever again. And I have to go back on these things. Oh, it turns out YouTube is putting ads on my videos and making money off of them. Even when I say don't monetize it, I'm kind of a chump if I let them make money off of it and I don't make any money off of it. So I went back on that principle. I was literally running ads that say no ads ever on my streams and realizing like, wait a second, they're making money off of this. When I think about it, principally, it feels bad. But I know no normal, rational human being gives a shit if I change my stance on that because I was wrong. But that's the way I think about these things. So it's a trouble. It's a big problem for me. And the thing about, you know, reporting too was one. Feels bad. Felt fucking bad to tell Mersh, hey, you're celebrating my channel getting taken down. If you really did that, I'm going to spend the rest of eternity reporting your shit. If you really had something to do with it and you really want to fucking celebrate it, then you don't get to have a YouTube channel no more. Luckily, I was convinced not long after that he did not have anything to do with it because I would have done it, but it didn't feel good. Felt bad. Feels bad today to think that way and say these things. That's not the way I want the world to work. What I want is for there to be no report button. That's the psyop. That's the fucking cancer on the internet. That's why I have Crowder-David's disease. So I have to live in this world. And you do too. And we've all been conditioned in this way. Makes the heart heavy. Hurts you. Psychically hurts you. It is psyopaganda on you. You have been baby-brained into thinking that these are normal things. All it takes is, if you're old enough, all it takes is a little bit of remembering to realize that there didn't used to be report buttons on every single website. Why is that a thing even? If the only issue on a website in the old days was that somebody posted CP, and if that happened, the person was just instantly kicked. Everybody just scrambles and goes, what the fuck? And then they get reported to the cops. At worst, you had to email the administrator of a forum or some shit. Why do we need report? We need report buttons because a guy is shooting full auto on a gun? That's crazy. It's so mentally fucked. Mental unwellness. Mental dishealth. It's so fucked up. But it's the playground we're in. It's the one we're forced to play on. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch gears. I don't want to be Maddox. Okay? Maddox is Mr. Principal, supposedly. He tries to be. He's Mr. I will never run an ad on my website. It's like, well, why? No one cares anymore. If you're still even getting people to look at your website, that's a fucking miracle. It's been 20-something years, 25 years of your website. No one even goes to websites anymore. You're allowed to make a little money off of it. You're allowed to have a Patreon. You're allowed to do these things. Maddox got left in the dust because he wasn't willing to switch gears when he had his gears switched on him, when somebody did it to him, when he got fucked with. I think about this shit all the time. My time on the Maddox network, which I can't even remember the name of right now, Madcast Media, is so strange. It's so bizarre. I think about this all the time. I was thinking about it yesterday because of the announcement that Dick Masterson's having a baby. And I saw that clip of Sean quitting the Dick show. And Dick said, it's been 10 years. And I go, what? It's been 10 years. And he's including the biggest problem in that. It doesn't really count. But the biggest problem started in 2014. It's been 10 years. A lot of the people that still listen to PodAWFUL listened to that show when it came out, just like me. What, 2 years into it, I guess? 2016, I think, is when they had their little breakup, their gay lover quarrel. And I accidentally stepped into the middle of that. Everybody thinks I took a side. I had no clue that Dick was no longer a part of the show when I applied to be part of the podcast network. I was looking to do exactly what I'm talking about right now, which is do something crazy and retarded to get more people, to force more eyeballs on PodAWFUL, force more earballs on PodAWFUL. It's entirely what it was. There's no side taking on any of it. And Maddox was a nice guy who gave me, a nobody, a chance. Where do you think my loyalties will lie in that scenario? I didn't give a shit about, and I told him multiple times, I don't give a shit about your gay relationship with this man. But then it became fodder and it became content. And I sat and watched up close as Dick turned making that into content into a, not just a profit generating machine, but also a way to get eyeballs on him. He stole Maddox's entire audience. And that was my goal of joining the podcast network. I had done it before. I had done it multiple times, been a guest on other people's shows, joined podcast networks and collectives and all this stuff. I go on there. I do the greatest show that I can possibly do. And then I just steal all of their listeners and leave. That had been the method forever. And I watched as Dick fucking took this became my sandwich too when I joined that network. And I watched as Dick stole that sandwich. And Maddox sat there and refused to take a bite. As it's being pried from his hands, he wouldn't even take one little nibble just to see what it tasted like. Not me. Not me, man. I got there for a reason. And I told him over and over again, you gotta turn this into content. That's what they want. And you would win if you did it. Because every single person that he's taking from you is there for you. They're watching Dick Masterson. They're listening to him to hear about you. I mean, even a year in, he could have won them back. Like after some of the most devastating shit, he still could have won them back. It wasn't really until the lawsuit, really, that he couldn't have at least gotten half the sandwich back. And I watched him do this over and over again. Shoot himself in the foot. Did it with the lawsuit. Told him, don't do it. Worst idea of your life. Do not do this. Did it. Because he's a principled guy. Because it wasn't about the money with the lawsuit. According to Maddox, despite the insane amount of money, it was about the principle. And when he was begging me to do the affidavit for it, you know, he was like, that's what he made it about. The principle of it. And the principle of not running ads on your site, and the principle of not doing Patreon, and the principle of never uploading a video to your YouTube. It's like, at what point are you even a guy on the internet anymore? You know, you got to kind of shift gears when the entire internet shifts gears around you. So I think about this shit. I think about Maddox, and you know, in my head, I see him on Twitter, and he's become a Trump derangement syndrome guy. He's a professional. He's done what happens to a lot of guys in his shoes, a lot of people in his shoes. He has become a professional victim. Of course, he put out that video, which the video was great about the whole situation. It was very entertaining. It was very funny. Should have done it a long fucking time ago. He made the video a long time ago. I might be similar to Maddox in some ways there, where it takes him forever to get shit out. And he has decided, it's not a decision. He has been driven crazy. He's a good guy. He's a nice guy. He's a funny guy. And imagine what 8 years of his life now has been no one believing him. You know? Mm-hmm. He's in a permanent state of only sane man. It's like a Twilight Zone episode. The only guy he's got defending him is a guy that uses the N-word. You know, and I'm not even defending him on principle. I'm just doing it because I agree that his side has merit. That's it. It just seemed obvious to me. I also couldn't believe it. Back when I was on the network and kind of defending him to some degree. That was never the point of it, was defending him, but I couldn't believe that people saw it any other way. I can't imagine being him. Imagine being in his shoes. You can't do it. You'll never know the hell going on in his mind. And now, like, what is I don't, does he do anything? Does he make anything? I don't know. And that's crazy. Because he's still, even after all of that, he still has people who have no idea that any of this shit ever happened and love his videos and love his content and remember his website. And he takes zero advantage of any of that. That's nuts. Matt,
I make a counterpoint.
Go ahead.
So I know a couple months ago on the Kino Casino Clips channel, whatever the fuck, they actually did like a watch of that Maddox video about his situation with Dick Masterson. And that got some views, not just when they did it live, but obviously when they put it on YouTube. Do you think there's any chance that that narrative could possibly shift due to that?
It already has.
Between then and now?
It has.
But there's no coming back for him as far as his mindset.
He's Mr. Victim. He's like, again, I mean, I hate talking about political shit like this, so please understand when I use these terms, it's because I don't know how else to frame this or couch this, but he's, you know, one of these purple-haired crybaby leftist women he's a Black Lives Matter. He probably thinks he's in Black Lives Matter. I'm not joking. By the way, like he probably feels a solidarity with BLM that previously did not make sense to him.
Do you think he understands black pain?
He understands black pain better than some of the blackest people on earth, like Clay Combs. So it's tough. It's really tough for me to see how far Maddox fell, because he didn't have to, and everybody thinks he fell. Whenever they think he did, and it's not true. It wasn't until like the past couple years, which is crazy because the tide started turning on Dick like 4 years ago, thanks to I don't know, some guy. But the
greatest guy.
The narrative finally has flipped. You could go read Kiwi Farms about Dick Masterson. It sounds like PODAWFUL 6 years ago. Sounds like the PODAWFUL cult, like the Facebook group. The shit they're saying in there. And then every once in a while, somebody will know a little bit of the deep lore. The deep lore. And they'll have parts of it wrong, because they always do. And sometimes they'll even have a little bit of that dark spackle in there. where it's like, nah, that was something I made up, but okay. But you read it, and it's like, they'll say something, and most of the people have no clue about this shit. And these are things from 10 years ago, basically. And they act shocked, as if we weren't screaming it from the rooftops, as if they hadn't read it a million times or seen it. Because all these people, Kiwi Farms hates me, but they heard me. It's not like they didn't hear it. So it's funny to see it. Maddox could have made a comeback, but he is professional victim man now. And that shit reeks. It stinks. It's sad. It's real sad. He's one of these guys. It's like, I need to get off of X because of the evil Elon Musk and move over to Blue Sky. I'm going to Blue Sky where there's no Nazi. He's talking about Nazis and shit all the time. Which I know we roll our eyes at that, but right after I said that, I realized, wait, there are a lot of Nazis. Like, there's every once in a while I get a guy following me on Twitter. It's like, oh, this is a Nazi. Are we pretending that? I mean, whatever. I don't care. It's like, they're not in power. They're not marching in the street even. And when they are, it's a federal agent. But so he's not wrong, I guess, when he says that stuff, but it is gay. Oh, there's too many Nazis on here. Like, why wouldn't you want to be on a platform with Nazis? That's funny. Isn't that crazy? Those are cartoon movie villains. Nazi. That's almost not real. The fact that you get to interact with these, and they're like gay, by the way. Like, they have anime profile girl pictures and shit. It's like, how do you not want to exist on that? How do you not want to be a part of that? Like, I don't ever want to see any of this gay anime lolly art kind of stuff, but I still check out 4chan occasionally. An anime board. The entire website is an anime website. And how could you not? It's got all the most interesting characters on it. It's fun. That's the internet. That's the fun. That's what it's supposed to be. Does 4chan have report buttons now? If it does, yikes. What happened? Who's in charge of 4chan now? It's not Moot anymore, right?
It's a Japanese guy, Hiro.
Hero.
He bought it from Moot, like
Jute. Well.
Yeah, 4chan's had report buttons since like fucking 2012, like 2014. It's been a while now.
Isn't that crazy? I bet they probably don't mean as much as other websites, but
no.
it might even just be built into the architecture of whatever they use for their fucking.
It means a bit on the blue boards. There's board-specific moderators, and if you post racial slurs on blue boards, then you get a ban.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Isn't that 4chan the scary? They think that's like normal people think that's the dark web, and it's like
Yep.
they've got report buttons. You're not allowed to say slurs on certain parts of 4chan. That's a world I can't imagine, and it's been that way for apparently over a decade. I don't go to 4chan very often as an adult man. Occasionally, here or there for random things, but the sickness, it's just baked in. It's baked in now.
Mhm.
So there was Web 2.0. Web 2.0 is kind of like phase 4 of PodAWFUL. No one knew they were in 1.0, and suddenly there was a 2.0. Are we in 3.0 now? Where are we at with the point O's of the internet? What phase are we
Let's look
on
that up.
of the internet? I feel like crypto is 3 or 4.
It's still 3.
We're still in 3.
Yeah, I think crypto's 3.
Crypto's 3. So I cannot wait until we're out at 3 is maybe the worst one. I would argue that there was a 3 before crypto, but if that's what the official record is, then we'll just go with that. I would argue that 2.0 was blogs. I would argue that social media was 3.0. Report button era, social media is 3.0, crypto 4.0, but whatever. We'll go with what they're saying. I plan to be there at 4 or 5.0. I think we're coming back around. It's not going to be a technological change. It's not going to be like crypto where that changed the landscape of the internet in this massive shift kind of way, but kind of also still doesn't really affect anybody unless they want it to. There's like no crypto in my life on the internet for the most part. I think NFTs actually kind of ushered in a lot of that as well. I am feeling like it's going to crash. The pendulum's gotta swing back. It's been swinging one direction for fucking 25 years. And it's gotta swing back. And culturally, we're on a real big swing back, it looks like, or on the precipice of it, potentially. So I feel like we're going to get back to websites at a certain point. And there might be some technological difference there, but I feel like we will be back to the old ways to some degree. It'll be closer. 4.0, 5.0. I plan to be there. I plan to be ready for it. This is another thing I think about a lot. This is another thing I'm planning for at some point. There's going to be, you know what an attempt at 3.0 or 4.0 was, and maybe it'll still happen, is federated shit. You know what I'm talking about? Federated websites. And what do they call that shit?
The Fediverse.
Which sounds like, where Nick Fuentes lives, but the
Mastodon.
Yeah, Mastodon. But like, there's another term for that whole concept, but that's escaping me now. But that's an attempt too. That's a big attempt at a zeitgeist change that I think is still too complicated for the average guy to get, and so it didn't make it. But that'll probably be part of the next change when people figure that, just like with crypto. Like, crypto is a fucking thing for like 8 years before your common guy could get an understanding of it and a hold of it, and now just random dudes are doing pump and dumps and pulling rugs and hodling and mining.
I know a way you could double your crypto, by the way. Just
Is there
after the
a
show.
guy I can talk to about it? Or?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, my best friend Elon Musk. I'll introduce you.
I want the pendulum to swing so hard we can say the N-word in public and still keep our jobs and our scholarships. We're on the precipice of that potentially happening. I don't think it will. You know, I'm a nothing ever happens type of chud.
I want a
But
scholarship for saying the N-word in public.
Yeah.
yeah, that one might still be a ways away, but actually, you could probably actually work that if you were a black guy, you could definitely do it. If you framed that right as a sociological, anti-racist sort of scientific experiment, I think you could actually make that happen. If you were willing to get properly beaten hard enough for it. So I think that federated shit, people might figure that out a little bit more, and that might be a part of it. The old meme of why don't you just go build your own YouTube? I think we're closer to that actually being a thing than people ever thought possible. Something's going to happen. There will be some sort of shift in something that I think might allow for that. Where I don't know. Maybe it takes the monopoly of Google being broken up a bit. Maybe it takes a technological advancement of some kind. Maybe it takes, a more widespread adoption or understanding of certain already existing aspects of the internet. But I do feel like we're on that swing back a little bit, sort of. It won't be the same, but it'll be much, much closer. I was thinking about MySpace the other day. I'm doing a lot of thinking about old computer shit. And I was thinking about MySpace, and MySpace ruled. It actually was awesome. Now that I think back about it, it like seemed really, really gay at the time, and certainly looked super gay in retrospect when everyone jumped ship for Facebook, or there was one in between that, Friendster or something. But MySpace was awesome because MySpace was social media. It was one website everybody's going to, but it let you customize your page. Now, it let you do it in ways that were so horrifically annoying and bad that I understand why no website has ever done that ever again. But the fact that you could like edit HTML on the page and put in all the different images and put like an auto playing song and like really make it your own. You remember that shit?
Yeah,
I loved that shit.
That was
I had like a
I was
Halo
so
theme
good
one.
at that shit.
so was I. That's how I learned HTML. And I made business websites basically for free using MySpace. Doing that. It was actually some of my first making money online was I would for $50 I would like make over your MySpace. If you had like a business, I could like turn it into, put forms on there, all sorts of shit. I knew all the little tips and tricks for that kind of shit. That was like the perfect in between. That was, MySpace was almost Angel Fire or GeoCities in that way.
It was.
Yeah, because we think like I always say like, oh, no one goes to websites anymore, but like half the fucking websites out there were all technically on a platform Like GeoCities or AngelFi, like your normal guy just had a website that was part of a platform. MySpace was kind of that. A little bit. It was a less customizable version of it, but it was pretty fucking customizable. And then it was the natural in-between step from people having websites to social media. And social media killed all that. Facebook. It was really Facebook that killed all that. Because even Twitter, this is hard to remember, but even Twitter, when it first started, you could customize your page a lot more. You could have a background image and change all the colors and everything on your personal page. So whenever anyone visited it, they saw your color scheme and shit. Because I made people backgrounds for that shit too. Made money doing that. The Facebook not letting you do any of that shit at all, like sort of push that to being the norm. YouTube used to let you do that shit too, actually. YouTube, you could customize your fucking page way more. Certainly more than you can now anyway. But all that shit went away. I feel like Facebook was the big push behind that. They didn't fucking let you do anything. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did at some point. But that's always been the big game changer in my mind for that kind of thing was Facebook. Facebook really, really fucked up the internet. Real bad. And I knew at the time. I remember thinking, this is going to suck. I didn't fully understand how, but I knew that this was a bad thing. I remember when I signed up for Facebook, and I signed up late, real late to Facebook. And I remember thinking like, this isn't going to be good. And I only got on there because everybody I knew was like, you got to have I want to share pictures. You got to be on there. Then by 2014, I was banned. So I'm certainly hopeful that the pendulum swings back. I'm hoping we go back to websites. There's nothing and that's part of why, I tweeted this out the other day that computers have lost their magic and beauty and whimsy and hopefulness. And that was part of it. Before everybody was on the internet on their computers, it was very easy for your computer to have those features, to have those aspects and elements, because it was a closed system, and you could see the fingerprint of the people who made your computer on it. Now, when you get a computer now, number one, you probably built it. You're a PC guy, technically. But number two, it's like, you just see the corporation when you look at the computer. You see Microsoft, you see Apple. Back in the day, a Windows fucking 95 computer earlier, actually, I would say up until XP, you could kind of see the people who made it. They'd leave little Easter eggs and shit. They'd sometimes sign a thing in there. Their name would be on it. Like, how insane is it? This is still the case, I think. Like, when you open, I don't know. Actually, I can't remember. It used to be when you opened Photoshop, which is this huge company, Adobe. But when you opened it, it had the names of all the guys who made it pop up. That was the first thing you saw. And there's this like human touch to it, where when you don't have an internet and you don't have a Google to check it out, it's like, there's almost a creepiness to it too, but like a good creepy, where, you don't know who this is. You don't know why they've put that there. You don't know why their name is there, especially if you're a kid. You don't fully comprehend or understand these things. There's no way for you to look it up. This is your computer inside your house, and you're seeing this foreign fingerprint on it in a way that's very different than like the same kind of thing happening on a TV show or a movie or whatever. Like, it's it's a personal computer. It's a PC. It's personal to you. It's odd. There's something kind of haunting about it. And they used to try to make it beautiful. The fucking startup noise, that chime from Windows 95 might be the most beautiful sound ever. I don't know how they how do you capture nostalgia before it happens? It was nostalgic then. I'm not nostalgic for it now. It was nostalgic then. How is that even possible? That's a crazy. Hang on a second. Let me play that real quick. Windows 95 startup sound. Listen to this shit. You get that going. It just took fucking 5 minutes for your computer to grind its way on. You get that little sound. You can see those clouds. That's like, oh my God. I could do anything. The world is at my feet. Again, pre-internet. It doesn't even really make sense, but pre-internet. The world feels at your fingertips. You could make something. You could do something. That doesn't exist anymore. Now you can make more and do more with computers than you ever could in the past, and yet they're cold and hopeless and nothing. I don't know if that on the computer aspect, I know on the internet it's intentional. I don't know if on the computer side of things it is. I don't think it is. I think it's more of just a business kind of thing. But computers in the 90s and early 2000s and the hits of today were magic, and they knew it. And now it's like, yeah, well, I've got a computer inside my toaster, so who fucking cares? It's like, oh, we should care. We should care. And then when the internet came along, part of the magic was websites, and that you find them. You had to just find them. You didn't know. You don't even know how you found them. You can't remember how you did it. There's these nuggets of gold that you just stumble across. And then once you do and you like that one, you just go there every day and you check that one and see if they got anything new. And they're secret and special to you. And then you tell your friend about it, and they don't fucking care as much as you do because they didn't find it themselves. If they had found it themselves, they would have loved it. You know, oh, that's my friend. He's got the same sense of humor or the same taste and shit as me. He's going to love this. But because he didn't find it himself, he doesn't fucking give a shit. So it's this very personal, magical, hopeful quality to it. And all of that's lost. And again, I don't know if it's intentional or not. I'm positive it is on the internet. I'm positive it's intentional. It's a psyop. I don't know if that's the case with computers in general. Probably is. Probably at this point. Now, people say that movies, there's movie magic, right? And they don't just mean, not just talking about when, like special effects. They call that movie magic. But people say there's a magical quality to going to the movies. And I understand it. I agree. There's a magical quality to movies, to cinema, to film, and all this kind of stuff. I don't know if it still has that though. Is that gone for movies too? Even if it is, it's like it held on for way fucking longer than
I think it's so rare now.
I guess because nobody even goes to a movie theater now, and you just download any movie, you're just watching it on your cold, heartless, soulless, hopelessness computer.
Hell yeah.
The computer actually computer and internet has robbed movies of their magic even, probably. Yeah. But
everything's just so cold and manufactured.
When was the last time any of you went to a big, what was the movie, and when was the last time you went to like a big movie? Lots of people are there. Everyone's fucking thrilled. It's like a fucking, it's one of those rare group moment things. Jex, do not say
when I went to
Last
see
Jedi.
Long Legs.
Long
There
legs?
were a lot
What?
of people there.
Long legs, really?
Yeah, there was.
And
There was the theater was packed.
did it have
I
that
also
like
went to
we're
go see
all?
that Wicked movie recently.
I bet that did have it. As gay as that is, I
Yeah.
bet because everybody's fucking there for that. They're really there.
Yeah.
I'm shocked by the long legs one. Did you have that feeling of like, oh, we're all in it, like
Yeah.
this is a moment kind of thing?
Yeah.
Which I always feel like gay when that
Yeah.
like the last time I can remember that is Endgame.
Yes, that's what I was.
Yeah.
I saw Endgame in the
I
theaters,
can agree.
and like every
It was just
time,
fun, man.
There was
everybody.
a lot of people in my theater for Joker too
Oh
as
my
well.
god! All right, so maybe it's still happening then a little bit.
Yeah.
But those are also gay that I almost don't want to count them. But it's not like when you're a kid and you saw Gremlins and no one knew what it was. Like these are all like just big properties that people are like, I'm here to see my IP. Thank you, IP.
Mhm.
I love IP. Give me IP.
Yeah, my friend went to go see Wicked in the theater this weekend, and she said that the fucking projector basically like blue screened twice throughout the showing. I mean, it was more like a
Cinema
green
magic.
screen, but it was like
Blue
the
screen of
equivalent
death?
of a blue screen.
That's
It was the
crazy.
equivalent of a blue screen. It just like it glitched out
Input, no input.
twice. Basically, yeah.
Signal loss.
Because it's all fucking
no
digital.
signal,
It's
yeah.
not film. Yeah. And
That's
so she got
awesome.
like a voucher for free movies. or some
Yeah,
bullshit,
certainly
I
the
don't know.
switch to digital has not helped the magical quality either. But when that's the last time I can remember is Endgame, where it was like a moment kind of thing, which was probably the biggest one ever as far as that
Yeah.
sort of thing. But I'm like sitting there like,
You loved it. man. Come on.
people talk about like chills down your spine like it's a good thing. When I get that, it's like cringe. It's like, oh god, I want to hurl. I'm not joking. It's like it's fucked up. I feel it feels like I'm being raped. Like I'm being gay raped when that happens. JF gay
Your body's-
rapey.
Your body's rejecting the experience.
And so fucking Captain America catches Mjolnir and everyone loses it. And I'm like, I wanted to crawl inside myself and die. It was so embarrassing. So I
Put it
didn't.
right up there with the light speed.
I guess the last time I felt the magic part, kind of, because everyone was on board. And this is gay still. This doesn't, but I can't help it. I mean, this is the truth. Was Force Awakens the first Disney stuff? Because no one knew that it was going to be as bad. Like it's
of course.
it was so much better than the prequels that everybody's like, oh, thank God they're trying to do Star Wars again. Oh, thank God. It's not that shit from before. And there is kind of a magical quality. I mean, they really did some shit in there that was like, good and impressive, even though most of it was just ripping off the original movies.
That first trailer was really good. Like when you didn't know anything.
Well,
about
I didn't like the
movie.
part where the black guy showed up.
Well,
That's
nobody did.
That's what they say now. That like everybody was mad that there was a black guy in the trailer. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I was actually at Star Wars Celebration for the second, like the Chewie We're Home trailer. That was pretty cool with like 5,000 people.
I would have crawled inside my own belly button and vomited if I had experienced that. But
a picture of me made it into USA Today.
Ew.
Looking so happy.
I hate to say it, but it was just one of those things where the whole audience was like, oh, movie magic. It's just one of those things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't normally get that anyway. But that sort of childlike wonder kind of thing is a little bit in there. It's a little bit. I'm gonna count it.
Yeah.
That's the last one I can remember, and so I gotta name something here. But ooh boy, embarrassing to even think about. Certainly to say out loud, but that is true. So there is that kind of quality of, is that a thing that can be reobtained? I mean, this kind of.
But you guys aren't gonna talk about Minions: The Rise of Gru?
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Lisa, shut the fuck up.
Lisa, you stupid whore. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey.
You guys are showing your ages.
No, Jesse, like
Dumb
without even.
Okay,
I'm not
Dave,
even.
let's go on mute.
You guys are all showing your ages. What are you, a baby?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Child.
That explains why Dirk
Jesse.
likes you.
This isn't even.
Oh no.
This isn't even me being like
Not
sarcastic
even
or
talking
anything.
about Godzilla, okay?
All right, let Jex do his bit here. Go ahead, Jex.
It's not a bit. It's me being serious and sincere.
That's worse.
Just do it.
Hurry it on up, Jex.
It'd be so much easier if you guys weren't talking, but whatever.
Okay, Tom.
I'm gay.
No, that feeling you're describing, I mean, that, like, I don't know how much you feel it because you're like the center of it, but finding PODAWFUL legitimately feels like that a little bit, you know, because this type of thing isn't allowed to exist really, so you gotta kind of look in the nooks and crannies for it, and when you find it, it's pretty cool. So thanks for offering that to the world.
Thank you. That's really sweet, and I actually shed a tear while you said it. And
I'm jacking off.
Also jacking.
I'm serious though. I mean, it's we need more. We need more PODAWFUL.
No, that's nice to hear because that is what I'm shooting for. But I do wonder if it's, you know, can that sort of thing be or is this just a thing where you're 13 and you don't know nothing and you're retarded? Is that, you know, maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just a youth, a nostalgia. Nostalgia's a mental illness. Maybe I'm just wrong about all of this, but it did seem better.
Yeah.
Before.
Well, listen, the best shot we have at getting back to that place is Trump's America.
Oh yeah.
The second you're naming any
country, bitch.
The second you're naming any political thing at all, you have no shot at getting back to what I'm talking about. But I mean, from the sound of what Stella was saying, I mean, fucking Long Legs, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
A transphobic movie, by the way.
Yeah.
If people are feeling it at that, then maybe it's not dead with movies, or maybe it's possible to come back. I don't know. But to me, it's a scary proposition that feeling, you know, nothing could be evocative of that feeling again. Without, you know, unless it's like on a new medium, I suppose, like you know, whatever the next type of thing is after the internet, maybe can pull it off, or maybe that's already happening and I'm just too much of an old man to even know. But which is probably the case.
Like Tom Gully said, you're gonna develop a hologram and you're gonna project yourself into Mersh's living room.
And again, that's what we're working towards here. Everything that happens from this point on is so that we can project ourselves, astrally project ourselves into Goon's living rooms. And
I'm astro projecting right now.
Or astro
Did you say
gliding.
astro projecting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
this is backtracking a little bit, but is AI an internet? Like, is it Internet 5?
Is AI an internet? Yeah, actually, as stupid as you asked that, that's probably true. That probably is 4.0.
It seems significant enough.
I think we're in 4.0. I think you're right. Because every single thing. But, well, yeah, actually, well, all right. If they are counting crypto, then yes, because the same way every fucking thing tried to be like, we're crypto, we're blockchain, we're crypto, everything's blockchain technology when that was hot. They're doing that with AI now. But because those are so close and back to back, it almost feels like maybe no. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for like some bigger advance before they just officially call it. But every fucking thing's got AI in it now. So yeah, maybe.
Oh, well, Jesse, what about your favorite QR codes?
Yeah, I think that's
That was
I think that's internet
3.5,
1.0, but what about barcodes?
From the 70s.
Yeah, I think QR codes being a new fucking part, like a phase of the internet, is a very funny idea, though. Like, this is going to
What about
revolutionize
cube
everything.
barcodes?
Honestly, though, actually, you know what? I take back everything I've said about QR codes and everything I just mocked.
We got to start using that.
QR codes might be 5.0.
Damn.
Oh my.
I mean, if we're really going to blend the internet with reality, if we're going to take it IRL, what better way to do that than with a QR code? You know what I mean? Like, that's a hyperlink in real life. That's what that is. So
On the
Well, I'm gonna start-
H2BH with Colonel Kurtz, you guys were mentioning something about a billboard. What about a billboard with a QR code that links to the pizza fund?
A
The
billboard.
thousands.
I've tried to do a
scream
billboard like 5 different times for 5 different projects. I would love to do a billboard. I was going to put a billboard outside of Dick Masterson's neighborhood with him on it, calling him Juju the cow.
What is it, like $3,000 for a month or something?
Yeah, something like that. It's really not as expensive as you would maybe think, depending on the location.
Right, I was gonna say.
But then I started
Didn't wanna
realizing,
fill it.
like, you can just make a billboard say whatever you want if you're willing to climb high enough. And so
have enough paint.
I might, instead of spending $6,000 or whatever, maybe we just need a guy who can climb.
Or just spend like $800 and rent a bucket truck.
I am going to need people climbing and spraying, by the way. This is all in the plan. I'm not joking. These are all things. I hope you guys are fucking ready to go outside. I know the line for the past year has been never touch grass, but we're touching it and we're climbing and we're spraying and we're climbing and it's all happening. I hope everybody has figured out how to make goo.
Can we project? Are we allowed to project
I've been
things onto the
practicing my
sides of
goo
buildings?
making.
You better be practicing your goo, your ooblex, your
Yeah.
slimes. It's easier than you
Particularly
think.
my slimes.
Dirk, don't worry, it's easier than you think. You just need Elmer's glue and baking soda, something.
Yeah, cornstarch and water.
Yeah, I've been eating a lot of cornstarch to make sure
Just
I'm
need
ready.
a cornstarch slurry, 3 drips of green food coloring, and some Elmer's
Cornstarch
glue.
is the new coleslaw.
And
I put the slur in slurry.
Nice.
Project Mayhem is a go. Now this is Project JKULTRA. This is a bigger thing. But also Mayhem. That is officially part of the show, yeah. So yeah, start practicing stencil making. Start practicing. I hope everybody's got a printer. I'm gonna need you're gonna be printing a lot. And actually, you don't. If you can print one and then photocopy, that would even be better. That would look cooler.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it would.
I could do so.
Although I guess photocopiers now are probably so good that it's like you wouldn't even know that it was photocopied. But still,
just crumple up the paper and splatter a little ink on it.
Oh, hang on a second. Hang on.
That sounded wet.
It was actually very dry. It hurt. It was sharp. Whew. Ooh, boy. Oh, it's like a dart of smell just went up my nose.
Good Lord.
Oh, God. I think my underwear is fungible. So, a lot of stuff is about to happen. Send $1. $1. A lot of stuff is happening. And
And that's a lot cheaper than it takes to support Kino Casino, and you get a lot more for your dollar.
And by the way, my next big step beyond show, beyond making stuff. I'm big into making stuff. I had to take off time because I want to make. I want to create. I want to do. I want to actually physically make things. And it's gonna mean occasionally some downtime for the show. The last episode I did was fucking 8 hours long or something. I hope. I mean, can we just be good sometimes on that? I have years worth of content you can go watch. But
Well, hey, if you need help with anything,
well, I'm going to need a lot of help with a lot of things. But here's the deal. My next big project, as far as trying to figure something out, is and this is going to sound silly, and I'm 100% serious. I know I'm asking everybody to send $1. And when I say send $1, I mean sign up for the pizza fund for at least $1, and then you get something back for that, not just give me $1. There is content in the $1 level of the pizza fund.
$1.
I might make the cult pizza fund only. I might do it.
Just $1.
I might make it where you have to spend $1 to be in the cult. But anyway, at least for a bit, we might have to do that for a little bit.
If it has to happen, it has to happen.
But the reason you got to send $1 is my next big project is going to help you guys out big time. And it's this. I'm going to figure out a way where you can keep sending at least $1 to PODAWFUL, but also you all have to quit your jobs and stop working and work full time for me while giving me money.
Damn, this is some Rufio shit.
Good Lord.
I'm going to figure that out. It's a problem I've been working for a while now, and I think I'm close to a breakthrough to make this happen. But yeah, you guys gotta stop having jobs. It sucks. And families maybe. If you get your family into PODAWFUL and we're good to go. Everybody in the family sends $1. You're all now again. Where are the dollars coming from if you guys aren't working? Now I didn't hate the idea earlier in chat. Whoever it was that said their wife works and they don't. That's fine as long as you're also willing to, spend almost no time with that wife whatsoever. But this does need
listening.
This does need to become this does need to become a full-time job is the wrong word. That sounds, because again, I don't want you to have a job at all. But loyal henchman who pays me $1 or more every single month. What's $1 going to hurt? Guys, I'm not joking. Right now, I need everybody who is not already in the pizza fund to send $1 to the pizza fund. Not a joke. PODAWFUL.pizza. This is to make the next phase happen. Not a beg, not a grift. I've already sunk over $15,000 into this. It's just to make sure that everything can keep going. We're going to figure this out. There are a few people I would like to pay, by the way. A few people that I would like to, make sure are taken care of. That I just can't do it right now. Unfortunately, I was on before I lost the original YouTube channel, we were on track. I could have done it. We've lost too much in the meantime. Every single time we lose that YouTube, it's a fucking gut punch. It hasn't been too bad, all things considered, to be honest. But we were on an incredibly insane upward trajectory. We're talking, the type. I'm not going to give numbers here, but an amount of money that Mersh would lie about making in a month.
The $100.
Well, yeah. But, what did he say? $20,000. He makes
$20,000.
Okay, not that much, but not that far. We were on track for that. Actually, right after the channel, there was such an outpouring of support right after the channel went down that it really catapulted up there. But then all of those people decided, oh, I guess there's no YouTube anymore, and then left. Which, what were you supporting? I never really understood that. But you know, it's not tough times. This is not me asking for a handout whatsoever. This is asking.
Just to backtrack a little bit, do you have any plans to bring back 24/7 second screen content, PodAwful?
I need to find a sustainable way to do it. When I want that, man, if you had any idea what I want to do, you would know why I'm saying everyone needs to give $1 now. But the way I was running that before was literally just a computer running 24/7, playing those videos, like just nonstop, computer on, going, doing that. That's the only thing the computer was doing. I know there are better ways to do it than that. I don't have the setup for a better way to do it than that right now. Every single quote unquote easy way of doing it costs too much money, and the close to free or free ways of doing it are out of my ability that I'm aware of. I don't really know how to do it. I only know certain ways of how to pull off a 24/7 stream like that, and I'm not willing to pay the amounts that certain companies are asking for to do that kind of thing. So yeah, I can't just leave a computer chugging all the time like that, and make it's basically unusable otherwise. If I'm able to pull off the kind of shit that I want to do with a website and the kind of shit that I want to have going on there, which I don't even know if the ideas I have are technologically possible right now, but it's going to require figuring shit like that out. Just not there yet with it. I got too many other steps in between to have to worry about. The website needs a makeover, which I didn't want to tell Richard about because I keep making him do things to the website, but it needs like a real overhaul, like a big one, just graphical alone. And yeah, so I got too many other things that have to happen first, but basically I want there to be I don't know. Does this need to be a secret? Nah. Basically, I want the live page to always have shit going on it, but I want it to be basically a Goon Opticon where you can watch the goons on the lot. Like you can select, like their shit is playing on my website.
So it would be kind of like Fish Tank, like camera 1, camera 2, but camera 1's like Santa Cruz Joker, camera 2's Mersh now.
Well, I guess camera. If you, I don't, there's no reason to call that camera. It's more like
shoehorn the Fish Tank analogy, but yeah.
It's just more like 7 to 10 24/7 streams going on, playlists going on. I was thinking of it more like a playlist that can interrupt the playlist when that person goes live and show their actual live shit. How to pull something off like that, I don't know. And I'm not talking about like there would be a PodAwful one too, and then when I go live, it would interrupt that from the actual live show. But yeah, I don't know how to do that, but that's been the dream for like since the Dark Future, since the beginning of Dark Future. That's been the idea. So yeah, it's deeper than that too. I'm not saying everything. It's deeper than that too. But sort of fish tank like in that way. But there will actually always be something happening. I don't know. I don't want it in anyone's head that it's like I think I'm installing a camera into Mersh's house, or which I would love to do. Urquit, you all right?
Sorry.
Okay. I don't want anyone thinking it's that, or that I'm trying to have some sort of like content house or anything like that. And I also don't want anyone to think that it's like, well, maybe something will be going on when I click. No, it would be reams and reams of footage of goons or other PODAWFUL, not just goons actually, but PODAWFUL related shit that is not actually episodes of PODAWFUL necessarily, that also break in and go live on, and show their live feed. Basically, I want it to be what I see on all of my screens, but for you guys. Just a constant feed of whatever these weirdos are up to. Hard to describe, and I don't want to give everything away, but yeah, basically that. So sort of like the fish tank thing, but more.
You did want to buy Rufio's apartment at one point.
100%. If I can, or Mr. Burgers, we were gonna.
Oh my god!
Thank God we didn't get that camera Roomba, because he would have destroyed that thing. That would have lasted 1 minute. He went manic like the day after we suggested that. We do have to figure out a way though to actually. You know what? Fuck it. Let's actually just. They're not doing anything with Fish Tank. You think we can just buy the concept off of them and then somehow force goons to put cameras in there?
I would love nothing more.
Of course. I don't want to see fucking Mersh and his little sock feet walking around his house being sad and depressed. That would be funny for honestly three months. But after a while, they would just get sad. I do want that with Rufio, and I do want it with Mr. Burgers. Just not Mersh specifically.
And I want Rufio's front yard. You don't know what he's gonna do in the front yard.
What?
Rufio, you remember when he had his nunchucks in the front yard for no reason?
You want his front yard?
Yeah, like a video camera of just filming him.
Oh, okay. He doesn't he spends most of his time inside, but I get it.
You know what's... This is a funny comment. Somebody says 24-hour care home live stream with TTS. You know where this idea came from? It was so funny to me when Fish Tank happened as a result of it. Was when I went to Soup Porter's place. Because all I could think is, imagine if I could live here and I could just set up webcams in every single one of these retards' apartments. That'd be the greatest show on earth. The absolute greatest thing ever is the Soup Porter, whatever that apartment building was he lived in. I think it was called Virginia Towers or something like that.
Yeah, something Towers.
Which is weird because it was in Maryland. But that was, I think I talked to Kelsey about it. I was like, this would just be incredible. Imagine just having a camera in Soup's place, a camera in Merle's place, a camera in Buddy Man's place, a camera in that weird fucking freakish blind ghoul's place. See him stumbling around, walking into walls and shit. Like every single person in that building was like this amazing character that I would want to see 24/7. That was the genesis of this entire idea. And then of course Fish Tank came along and did Big Brother. But so now you're not allowed to do Big Brother no more. And then they're now they're doing Ice Poseidon somehow, which is weird. But anyway, I would love something like that, but that's never ever going to happen. Oh my god, imagine a webcam underneath the carport at Comedy She-Man's trailer. Just watching Comedy She-Man all day. Obviously, all of that would be, data gold, but that's a pipe dream. But what I do want to do is, reasonably feasible, I think. And it would also, I feel like I would, part of the allure of doing that for me is that I think it would generate more stuff from, less covered goons, assuming that this doesn't cost too much to do in some way. Because again, I have no idea how you would implement doing this, but assuming it wouldn't be too harsh, I could have an entire, I think of it as more like TV where it's like channels, where you can watch the Mersh channel, you can watch, but then we could have the Nick Rekieta channel. These are all like big obvious ones, but then you could have ones, where it's the lesser covered, lesser thought about guys, the ones that I don't often make enough time for. And maybe if that was a feature, and if somebody was sitting there watching it, somebody might catch something where they're like, hang on a second, this is actually worth it. This might be worth, just one of it's totally second screen content, TM. That is the idea. There's a part of me that almost wants it to be possible where when I'm live, there's also, 8 screens around my window where you can also see all the goons. Just, no audio, just see whatever their stream is while the show is live, just to kind of keep an eye on it. PODAWFUL's always watching. That is the bit. But then Fish Tank. And then also it turns out Red Bar is watching. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Oh.
But it turns out that was Red Bar's idea. Despite it being a thing from 2018 from PodAwful. Literally in thumbnails for the show. Back then it was 1185 is watching, but still same concept, same show. Okay. What was the other? I wanted to read this other comment here, but I missed it. Complete rebrand and move away from this art crap. Just cover drama and do reaction streams. Apply to be Below Blacks's understudy and finally be successful. I don't fully understand that comment. I don't
You're
know
gonna blow Blacks now?
I guess. I don't know what all of those things mean. I always find myself like being intrigued by some comment in the chat and then I never understand any of them. I don't know why I read the chat. I never know what anyone's talking about.
Oh, Blacks.
A goon room like the architect has in the Matrix. Yes, exactly. It's the architect room from the Matrix, but for goons. Yes, that is. That's it. Goonopticon. It's right there in the name. When you recommended Fish Tank a few weeks ago, did you already know the entire thing was a practical joke on Alex Stein to show everyone how terribly unfunny he is? Or was that just a happy coincidence? I I will give my opinions on that in a future live stream. Thank you. Thank you for asking. You can watch the most recent video on this channel to learn more. The most recent clip I posted in the videos on this channel to learn more.
Yeah, it's crazy. You were on Fish Tank. I can't believe
I was on
you
Fish
got on
Tank. Everybody thought it was going to be last season. It was this season. I was on there. That is nuts. Be Turkey Tom 2. Somebody should just do this. Should just take his name, do the exact same shit. Hi, I'm It's like Gallagher 2. You even try to look like him, sort of. You comb your hair all fucked up.
Whoa, nice.
Thank you. And you let Destiny suck your dick like a faggot. Oh, okay. So, and then don't do anything like Joe Rogan. Wait, what? Just say you're the gay Joe Rogan that everyone is asking for on the left side, and then don't do anything like Joe Rogan. I think there's already 15 of those. Fish Tank season 3 was peak until the last 2 weeks. Alex B and Bert were nuts. Well, I said it before. Alex B and Bert are Rufio and Mr. Burgers. It was great. Yeah, that shit was awesome. I like. If I had told you a month ago, yeah, you're gonna be able to watch 24/7 a giant gay black Mr. Burgers, you'd go, no, that's not a thing. Come on. I would respond with, what if I told you you could also watch Rufio, but he's rich. He's got even more of an ego because he actually has money. You'd go, no, not possible. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. And now it's nothing. Actually, let's check in. Let's see what's going on in Fish Tank real quick. Let's see if anything is happening on Fish Tank.
Oh my fucking god.
Can you please continue the episode?
You come back to town if you want to do one of our other tours.
Please continue the episode.
Like the Haunted Vegas tour.
Do it again, but louder.
Where you visit.
Wait, can you please continue the episode?
You want to see the rest of the episode? I don't think we're going to make it through, but quickly take a look to the right.
Okay, they're making Bert do embarrassing things on a bus. It looks like the entire show is just the Bert show. It's gotten to a point, and this is tough for me to say, but it's gotten to a point where when I tune into Fish Tank, I go, please quit picking on the retarded guy. You can't just make everything about picking on the easiest guy to pick on. Like, they're all just dunking on a literal retarded guy. Again, you are 100% allowed to do that, and it's funny. But you also have to occasionally make the other people feel bad, too, particularly when they are dunking on the retarded guy. You know, it can't all be Mr. Burgers's and Rufio's. There's got to be a few Alex Steins and Mershes in there, too. Legally not retarded people. Only legally. I don't know where Santa Cruz Joker falls on that spectrum. Okay. Okay. Ooh, it crashed so hard after the Famous House 2 normies entered the house. I disagree with that. I think it was good until they kicked them out. I think that was the downfall. I see a lot of people saying that it all fucked up when they did Famous House 2. That's a retard's take. Sorry, but
I don't know. I love that Bert memory wiped himself somehow.
That shit was funny too. That's crazy.
Yeah, that makes me laugh just thinking about it.
There's a lot of still good and crazy things. Like it, you know, I don't know. Maybe I should save some of these thoughts for when because I am going to talk about I'm going to talk about Alex Stein on there, and some other stuff as well on a future stream, a future slop tint stream.
Yeah, when we do the stream, can I burn my shirt?
You can't do
on
anything.
stream?
You're not a part of it.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a shirt that.
You can do that and take a
You can
video of
merge
it,
it.
and I can play it
Oh yeah,
You
that's
can put
cool.
it in the privacy of your own home.
in the privacy
Yeah,
of your
definitely.
own home. That's right. Let me change Scott's name from collard
And the
greens.
$100 bill. Burn that too.
Somebody asked if we're doing Christmas names. Not me. I'm not doing it. I don't feel like coming up with more names. Hi Scott.
Hey Jesse, how are you?
I'm gonna
Sorry,
start.
I'm late.
It's all right. I'm gonna start doing daily streams. What time of day should I do them? Or night?
Well, if you went for about an hour from now, I could be here daily.
Okay.
So whatever time
You
that
could be the
is.
permanent co-host of PodAWFUL if I
If
did
you
it.
did it at 5 p.m. my time every day, yep, I could definitely be there.
Okay. So.
like,
so
like 4 in the morning or something.
Yeah. So 1 a.m. for or 1:30 a.m. for all the
Everyone
East
else.
Coast of America.
I mean, if you did a
probably
morning
the
stream.
greatest concentration of people who listen to the show. 1:30 a.m. All right. Well, sure.
Well, I mean, what time do you want to do it? I can change my schedule around.
I was just telling everybody that I'm developing a way where everyone can keep giving me money but quit their jobs. Because I do need you all to quit your job. Like, do you have a job, Scott? What do you do?
Yeah, I work for the fire department. I already told you.
No. What do you really do? I forget.
What do you mean?
You used to work in like a
quit, like-
cell phone kiosk or something, I'm pretty sure.
I used
Yeah,
to
I'm at
manage
the
a
office.
store a long time ago, and then I
kiosk.
got an office job.
What is the office job? What do you do?
Well, I manage inventory and do requests and stuff, but I don't
What
work there
type
anymore.
of-
I now work for the fire department.
What type of like business is it though? I'm not asking you to dox the place, but like what kind of business do they do?
They sell lots of stuff. They sell various different things, you know, from potting mix to surfboards. Just the most outrageous.
I don't even
company that
know
just
what the first
basically
thing you
sells
said
everything.
is.
Potting mix.
Potting
You don't know what potting
mix?
Yeah, it's like the mix of like ground up ingredients that you would add to a pot, like the soil.
your dirt.
Yeah, it's dirt.
You call that potting mix? Dirt?
Hey, in the tray, in the scene, in the potting mix scene, in the gardening scene, that's what we call it, potting mix.
Okay. Well, anyway,
It's not just dirt; it's also got nutrients.
Because here's another.
and other
You just
shit mixed in with it.
reminded me that before I get everybody to quit their jobs, I do need them to somehow utilize their jobs in PodAWFUL's favor. So, like, I remember a while back. Some I can't remember who it was, but I want to say it was Marlboro Ham Hands, but somebody worked for like a signage company where they do all of the like yard signs for like political campaigns and stuff. It's like we could have used that. You know, I should have
Well,
fucking taken
I have
them up
access
on
to
that.
access to commercial printers. But
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. So I need everybody to start thinking about what can you get away with using your contacts, your jobs, because we're going to be doing shit. It's going to be fucked up what we're getting into. And goddamn, I've got fucking fish tank open still.
this seems like a Tyler Durden kind of scenario.
Yeah, somebody said earlier Project Mayhem, but no, it's different though. Project Mayhem, I haven't seen that movie in a while, but I believe the point of it was to destabilize culture and society,
financial institutions,
particularly that, but it was also like a societal kind of thing, right? Because they're some of the things they did
But
were just
people kept their jobs, right? That was the thing that I found interesting about that one. They were all in a cult kind of scenario, but they kept their jobs.
they kept their jobs, which that's why this isn't Project May. If you're not keeping your job is gone.
Unless you're Meatloaf. Meatloaf quit his job.
You aren't going to be able to handle having a job during this. But the other thing is, now Project Mayhem though was different than Fight Club, right? They were recruiting people for Fight Club, but they were not recruiting people for Project Mayhem. It was just the guys that were already part of their particular Fight Club did that, right? I know that's like a thin difference, but it's there. Am I misremembering that?
The people that Fight Club were like that was their sort of gathering, but Project Mayhem seemed like it was more of a movement, right?
It was a movement, and again, this is a movement. Okay, this is a movement of a black woman's face that is horrifying that you post all over the internet. But it's a grassroots
bowel movement,
sort of scary kind of movement. But the reason I bring up that difference is I don't think they were trying to recruit. I don't think they wanted to recruit for Project Mayhem. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think they didn't want anyone else to know about it because that, could compromise things. This is the opposite of that. We're recruiting. Everything we're doing is a recruitment. This is causing mayhem, but if you see it and you give a thumbs up, you're now a part of it. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is
it's more like evangelism.
Yes, it's exactly that, because we're going tax free. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I almost pulled the trigger on that 3 years ago or something. And
now, when you say tax free, does that mean tax free for you or tax free for all of us? Because I fucking hate taxes.
Well, it depends on if you play your cards right. Are you quitting your job? Because maybe.
I don't think you want me as an employee. I'm very retarded, Jesse.
I didn't say employee, and I've never said employee.
Okay.
Henchman.
Certain institutions have, things like tidings and stuff like that. A certain percentage of your income goes towards the organization tax free. Could have something set up like that. 10% of your tax, 10% of your pay goes directly to the organization.
Well, I need everybody to send $1. That's part of this. So listen, we're going to figure out how everybody still makes money to then send to me. That's important, obviously. But I can't have you guys working these jobs. And I'll be honest with you. Having a fake job or having a not real job is more work. Okay? It is. Nobody has a harder job than me. Trust me. I'm at work all day, every day. It might not be physically taxing, but I don't ever get to clock out. Being a streamer is the hardest job on earth.
harder than being a mother.
There was something about that, or I think some black guy was saying that or some shit.
No, it was Hassan Piker, I think.
No. And I saw it on Twitter a couple weeks ago. And I'm watching, and everybody's like, "This guy's an idiot," and I'm watching it. I'm like, "He's right. He is right. You can't clock out. It's mentally. It's like fucking. If a waitress can try to convince everybody that she's got the hardest job ever, then I get to do it. Sorry.
Jesse, you saying that is the same as a woman saying that being a full-time mother is the hardest job.
No, it's not.
That's what it sounds like.
No, because that's not a job. I get paid for this. This literally is a job. And also, you do get to clock out of being a mom. I watch Kelsey do it all the time. She clocks out. Puts the kids in a playpen and just zones out. Takes a nap. It's like, you're not the kid. You just get to take a nap. That's crazy. I'm awake all day. So
Yeah.
I don't ever get the clock at. My whole day is working on Pod Awful, is thinking about it. Every once in a while, I will give myself a moment and go like, all right, I guess you have to see your children, you know? And I will try to make that work for like 20 minutes.
Man, can you imagine your kids in the future, you know,
Yes.
being upset that they never got to spend time with their with their dad because he was always hard at work on his podcast?
Yeah, they're gonna be mad. Yeah, they're gonna hate this. But
what
this
if
is
you train one of your children to be the new Pod Awful?
I am. But this is
Pass down the mantle.
what I do is no different than these like OnlyFans moms whose children are suicidal because they're being made fun of at school. It's like this is worse.
His children.
Like you Google me, I'm wearing blackface. Like this is worse, you know. No, it's not. But no, it's still worse to be a whore.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, if you Googled you and you found, you know, like nudes of yourself all over the internet,
and I would. That's the craziest part is my nudes leaked a long time ago. Nobody even noticed. Anyway, point is I do need everybody to quit their jobs, which will be harder for you, more taxing. It'll be the hardest job you've ever had is having no job.
Are we all starting streams or something? Are we
No,
doing like a
no,
Merch
I
Effect
can't.
style
No,
stuff?
I can't have that. Well, now hang on a second. Because again, I haven't worked this out yet. I haven't figured out the math on this yet of how you guys keep giving me money. But maybe Mersh was onto something. Now hang on. Because he's always doing that. He's always doing that passing the envelopes up thing. What if I franchise out Pod? So all of you guys just are hosting Pod Awfuls. Maybe it's not called
we do
Pod
time slots.
Awful.
We have hour time slots where we all can
Well,
stream.
Jesse, you did mention that a couple months ago. You asked us, you know, like which one of you guys wants to be streamers, who wants to just edit videos and shit.
I don't even remember doing that. I did that.
Yeah, it was in a Pod After show, I think. But you were like, all right, maybe Merch was onto something. Let's have like the Pod Awful effect or whatever.
Are we just repeating?
I'm fucking. But you know what?
It's
whenever that happens, I'm like, damn. At least I'm consistent.
Hell yeah, brother.
There's never been a time where somebody comes to me and is like, actually, you said the exact opposite of this 5 years. It's always that I said the exact same thing. I have never changed as a man. It's crazy. Which is, you know, bad, I guess. Anyway, so I need, maybe you guys do. But here's the thing. I can't have you doing like you can't be sitting there doing an impression of me. I know you've all got your wigs and your glasses or whatever ready to go in your closets. It can't be that.
We all just do react streams. Like
it's got to be reacting to Pod Off. It's got to be like turtles all the way down. Like Scott, you did the weekly sacrifice show, which was literally just ripping me off. That was the name of my show, but and it was that was close to what I'm saying. It was close.
Yeah.
You still put a little too much of your spin on it, and not enough evangelizing Pod Awful. I do feel like it basically needs to be that each of you is a priest and you are giving my sermons. And every single time, and you just ask people to donate $1 to you, and then I take a cut of all of that money.
Sort of like a pyramid. Yeah.
No, not like an upside down pyramid. Because I'm the biggest and I'm on top.
That would be like a normal pyramid.
No, the smallest part's at the top of a normal pyramid.
But there's lots of bits below it.
Right, but it's more like the food pyramid where I'm the grains, but it's on the top. It's one big piece all the way across the top.
I thought you would have been the pizza, but
And then it's Dirk at the bottom. It's all balancing on him. And if he fucks up,
Okay.
we're all dead.
Wait, so we're talking about old school food pyramid, not a Michelle Obama food pyramid?
This is more like the all-seeing eye.
diamond.
It's like the all-seeing eye pyramid. This is the all-smelling nose.
Smell your future.
A thing, smell your future, a thing that we do pray to, the all-smelling nose. That's part of our Masonic 33rd degree rituals. But
I'm glad we're on track. Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing I'm going to need you guys preaching out there. Yeah, I do. All right. All of you guys quit your jobs and start a streaming career, and we'll all plug each other. Somehow that works.
All right, you all head over to.
Somehow that works. Actually, you know what? That makes a lot of sense for the for all the people who are doing archives. That actually makes a lot of sense. You'll get more views on the clips and archives if you're live streaming is way easier to get people to watch than a video at this point. I don't know why, but I guess YouTube just prefers it. But so yeah, I do need you all to start streaming. Basically, just react to episodes of Pod Awful, tell people to do the things that I want them to do, ask for $1. That's your
skeptics in the chat.
That's your job now. Well, who's the skeptic? What are they saying?
Well, Tom Gully, I knew the take the cut part was going to drop. I'm the biggest and I'm on top. I don't like the sound of that.
Well, of course you don't like the sound of that, Tom. You're going to be in the middle there somewhere. You're part of the sandwich between me and Dirk. But but yeah, of course the take the cut part was coming. I said I need you all to not have jobs but also keep giving me money. Where yeah, there's going to be the take the cut part. What I guess we could just call it you are still donating to me, I guess. If that sounds better for you. And Tom, by the way, I'm going to need you to start doing this with your show. The Tom Gully show is no longer Dabbleverse adjacent. It is now Awfulverse. You're listening
Can we
to
acquire the Dabbleverse? Can we just incorporate the Dabbleverse and
I would
get them to
gladly
funnel
take
funds our way?
I would gladly take in any Dabbleversonian if they're willing to drop the Dabbleverse entirely and become fully.
Yes.
I can't.
That's what I think. We need to make some acquisitions, you know,
Yeah.
to grow our.
Yeah, maybe we can get the potato.
Some forced
That's a hard get,
acquisitions.
man.
I think we could maybe get the puppet or the potato.
Not the wrestling mask guy. Wrestling is gay.
No, weirdly, those are the guys who make money doing it, so probably not them.
What about Tom Gully's friend, the Crypt Keeper?
Oh, and that is a tip I'm going to give you guys for when you start your streaming careers. Don't appear on camera. Be a puppet. Be a potato. Have a cartoon avatar or something. People will just think you're good as long as they can't see you. It really makes this shit easier.
Yeah, I feel like I'm already a known face. I don't know if that works.
Well, sorry, but no one wants to know that face, Scott. So you're going to have to remove your face from the equation.
Cut it off.
What
Yeah,
else?
I'll get a noir costume and just appear on streamers.
I do. How did now? Okay, so the project they made money by what? Making soap.
Soap. Yeah, soap out of human fat.
Okay, maybe we gotta just start making soap.
Oh, here's an idea. We can harvest human fat from all the ex-Dabbleverse fans once we destroy the Dabbleverse.
Harvest it from me.
First step is cut your own fat off, everyone.
Oh boy. All right, yeah, we need a low overhead, we steal all of the stuff to make it type product that. Now, who were they selling that soap to? Where did they even get customers?
They were selling it to like bougie retailers. I remember that.
Yeah, like rich people stores.
The type of people that they then exploded their
It was
businesses.
supposed to be.
Okay,
Yeah, they
that
killed their customer.
made sense. Yeah, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna get you guys jobless like you're meant to be. How do NEETs get money? Do you guys have parents?
Well, don't they get money from the government?
Can you guys just start getting your parents to pay for you to live?
You reckon I should just move back with my parents?
Yeah.
I could just move back. With my parents.
100%, yes. Are your parents alive?
They are very alive.
That's crazy. Not for long.
They're very young. I think my
very young.
parents are younger than my. Well, sorry, my dad's dead, but my mum's still alive. But
Okay, well that
both
kind
of
of
them were younger
switched
than
gears
Tom
real
Gully.
fast there.
I forgot that he died. I never even met the guy.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, right, that's right.
And you're what race again?
He died when he was 50.
Same. So
I think my mum is younger than Tom Gully. That's a thought.
and I need you to leave your families. Unless they're willing to work with us here, they do have to go by the wayside. You don't have
Done.
to leave them, but you can't spend, basically any time with them or care for them.
Done and done.
I know that's easy for you, Scott, but I know Lenny's sitting there getting nervous about this. So,
Yeah.
Lenny, listen, you're already supposed to be, you're not committed, but you're already supposed to be on your second family by now anyway. So just give up on these retards. How old's your kid now?
Under a year.
All right,
not even
you've
gonna
done
remember
enough.
you.
You've done enough. Yeah,
He'll remember
Scott
you.
forgot his dad died. So- and Dirk, you don't have a life or a family, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Or a job.
Yeah.
Oh my god. How are you? How are you?
Respect you.
How are
I
you
got Lisa.
living? How are you living right now?
It's my dad.
So your dad just pays for you to live? We need so many more Dirks.
Does he feed you?
Yeah.
God damn.
damn,
This is what I'm
Dirk,
saying, guys. We got to get NEETs. We got to
Do you
do
have
it.
a bud daddy?
See, because Dirk's a NEET, but he's not he is a weed junkie. He's Mr. Weed, but he's not a junkie. He's not a benefits fraud. He's not a Mersh guy.
Right.
Dirk is the perfect example. That's why he's the pointy part of the pyramid. Okay, that's why it's all right.
Perfect example.
He is the perfect example. He's exactly what we need. We need 1,000 more Dirks.
We have enough tattooists.
Dumb and willing. Got nothing but time. The same thing that a gay predator looks for in a victim. Dumb and willing.
Okay.
Right, Dirk?
Who's the predator in this scenario?
Me.
All right, I'm in.
Dirk, do you know anybody else like you? Like just a complete burnout?
No.
Fuck. Now, how much longer is your dad going to pay for you?
Not much longer.
Is he pushing you to go get a job? Like, is he nagging you every day?
Fuck, we got to get
Well, I
on
mean,
this.
I don't know.
We got to get on
We
this
need
before
to
Dirk's forced to get a job. And Lisa, you didn't
Yeah.
really get a job, right? You just faked it.
Oh, she has a job.
What? She actually got a job?
Yeah, she's where is it?
I thought she was.
Circle K?
Don't dog. I thought she was going to work at in Maine. What happened to that?
Oh, that one. I don't think they got back to her. Is what she told me. If I
crazy.
remember.
No,
Well,
they
that's-
wanted her to go in person
And
for the
she
interview.
wouldn't do it. I told her that retard move, but what can you do? All right. Well,
Roe v. Wade apparently in the chat said literally him or her apparently. His or her family.
oh, my family bought me my own house
Yeah.
because they hate me. Wait, what is that? Because they hate?
I think
Wait,
he's
is
saying
that
literally
Dyke
him is like Dirk. Like no job, is supported by family.
Roe v. Wade, is your family support you entirely, or are you accidentally independently wealthy? So I will need you to, number one, send me $1, but number two, I get even more money when they sadly pass. So he's okay. Roe v. Wade, we need you henching.
The Discord.
You got a hench, man.
Yeah, it's easy,
I think
man.
Roe v. Wade accidentally misspelled sadly. They meant gladly.
It's easy, man.
You're exactly what we're looking. You know what? Women, I know they're incompetent, but so many of them are exactly what I'm describing right now. We might have to really try to appeal to some women, which weirdly,
I mean, shit. They need to do what Stella did. Stella got like $1,000 from James.
Right? Yeah. Now Stella is sort of one of those OF whores I was talking about a minute ago that their kids are going to want to commit suicide. But maybe that's useful. Okay, women can have a job as long as it's getting paid $1,000 to be a pseudo whore.
Fuck yeah.
And tell a guy to call himself the N-word.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, let's do this. All of you quit your job, open up an OnlyFans, and just use Stella's pictures.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just use my pictures.
Did you get that corset?
Or
whenever I need a new picture,
I did.
We'll need new photos.
Just use AI, make a new one, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah. Oh my God.
Jesse,
yes.
Did you hear about Jing sending her money?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Jings is now technically my pay piggy now as well.
Technically, yep.
So
it's crazy. We saw his asshole, man.
He put a wallet up there. He tried.
Oh my
Well, not just that. We saw his weird penis. It looks like a wasp.
Yeah, very wasp.
It's a sea cucumber. Oh, I'm gonna vomit thinking about Jings's fucking body.
Watching him
buffalo hump
too.
Yeah. Stella managed to get a guy's. What was the grand total?
I think it was $1,250 or $1,350.
Jesus.
I saw someone say 1450 in the
1300.
It might have been 1450.
14. G Menez. Stella got a dude to send her 1450 by doing basically nothing.
Nothing.
Well, she did call him the N-word.
Yeah,
just
sexually, so it's okay. Don't kink shame. Don't kink shame.
Quarter black.
Do not kink shame.
Not hang on a second. Not $14. People are questioning.
No. 14. Yeah, 1400.
Yeah.
Also, I think
$1,400.
Losses was saying in Jings's Discord thread that I think he thinks Jings works at a fucking gas station or something.
He does.
Yeah,
which is hilarious. That's like
that was his bonus. That was his rent money.
Hey, oh my god!
And Stella did the right thing and passed up that envelope to me, and she's gave it to the pizza fund, and that's what you're supposed to do. All right, guys, this is what we need to do. We need to milk simps. Now, weirdly, PODAWFUL, I was saying before, we need to get more hench women in here. And I said that as if like it would be difficult.
It gets so chaotic though, Jesse, with too many women.
Well, I know, and you guys are again incompetent.
Then we have Candaces.
Incompetent fuck ups, obviously. But when we're already relying on a guy like Dirk, it's like, all right, whatever. So obviously Lisa really fucked up the shaman thing by not recording any of it, and that was mostly her. Dirk didn't do great, but he did about what I expected, but she did nothing. But the point here is, weirdly, PODAWFUL seems to appeal to some women. Like, I don't know how. I'm not talking about anything any woman should ever be interested in, but we do have an oddly large percentage of women into the show. So this should
oddly large.
And so this should be easy. This should be a bunch of fucking jobless hoes out there who got nothing going on all the time in the world, who can just fucking spend all day doing nonsense for me. All right. So if that describes you in the audience, you need to join the cult. PODAWFUL.com/cult. Okay. Got to get you in here. I need you.
We need to recruit all those women that just do like 24-hour streams.
I'm gonna
just
start
adding in.
I'm gonna start pimping you freaks out. Oh man, that's cool. All right, so everybody's gonna first things first. I need to know what everyone's job is so that we can take advantage of any sort of perk we might be able to of your job before you leave it. Then we enact.
Roe v. Wade makes a good idea. What about?
Yeah, I'll
we
say.
invent a drug. We invent a drug, and then we get everyone hooked on it.
You invented a lot of drugs so far.
I mean,
I
don't
invent
they do
drugs
that
all
now
the
with
time.
like? Don't they do that with like weed or whatever? They just change like a compound or something.
That's true. Yeah, if you as long as you make a brand new one, they can't arrest you for it because they haven't made a law about it yet. Isn't they
So
crazy?
you just make a new drug and get everyone hooked on it, and then they become substance.
What are we, fucking Huey Lewis in the news? So
I want a new drug.
All right, so then we take advantage of whatever perks we can get from your job. Then you quit. Then question mark, then profit. I think is how this is working. This got a little underpants know me.
$1 a month.
$1 a month, everybody. PodAwful.pizza. Send in your dollar. I'm not kidding. We might have to lock everything down to Pizza Fund only for a bit. Not the daily streams, but the cult and certain other activities might all have to become. You got to send $1 to be a part of it. And I don't consider anybody in the cult now unless they've sent $1. That is a requirement. Just $1 fucking dollar. That's all it takes.
You probably only get
fucking
65 cents from that, though. There's a 30
That's it.
cents transaction fee. And
right. Exactly.
Jay Bizzle, you better be paying $1.
And I do need Jings, by the way, to send another 1,000.
I tapped him out. It might be a minute.
And I do need Feds to give me $200,000 for something. That's my favorite thing on earth is just taking any dollar amount, doesn't matter what it is, could be giant, could be small, and just saying I need it for something. I don't know why, but I just think that's so funny. Yeah, I need $200,000 for something. It's like, yeah, of course, yeah, who doesn't? I need $12 for something. Let me just get $12. I just need it for something. Real quick. Can everybody right now just send me $200 for something? Anyway, so I might, now this is not a joke. I might need $9,000 for something. I'm not kidding. I'm not fucking around at all. There's something I'm looking at that I might need $9,000 for. Now I could buy it, but send me $9,000, please.
You can get cosmetic surgery.
And what? We'll see it in 5 years.
These are always this is always for the show. This is a camera. I need a $9,000 camera. Is that a problem?
Did you buy a camera like last year, dude?
Dude, you wouldn't believe the shit I get up to. I have 3 cameras and you've seen one of them. Isn't that insane? And I've had them for I've had them for 3 years. And you've seen one of them. But now I need to throw all of those away and get a $9,000 camera. Is that a problem? And honestly,
trade them in.
Honestly, it's going to be more like 11,000 probably.
Oh, you got to pay tax.
I gotta buy lenses for it as well. So,
Jesus, man.
but it would be really good. It would be
funny.
It would be really good.
Good or funny? Is it just gonna look good? Or
Yes. It'll be funny that I spent that amount of money on it.
Yeah, sure.
It won't be the first time. Well, I want I want really good quality video for the show. Even though
you don't need a $9,000 camera, he says.
even though, well, you do, Tom.
He needs a $100 camera.
I can barely see you on your streams. That overhead lighting is so harsh. I need a good camera. Here's why: is PODAWFUL. As much as we make a big deal about the lighting and stuff, it's a very dark show. It's a low lighting show, and these cameras cannot handle low lighting. But there is a camera that can. And it's $9,000.
All right, I'm sold.
And we could get some really, really good 4K out of it. And I don't even have a way to save for, like, I don't have the space for 4K. I can't even afford 4K, but I'm willing to do it anyway. Because one day, listen, 4 years from now, which sounds like forever, but that'll disappear in the blink of an eye. 4 years from now, you're going to go back through these PODAWFUL archives. You're going to be like, this looks like shit. And it does. And we got to change that.
Can you sell 2 of those 3 cameras? Does that get us anywhere toward that $9,000?
No, I just need fresh 9,000 for something. So, well, it depends. Wait, do you want to buy a camera?
Yeah, I was just thinking about a Rufio scenario where we all have to buy your shit.
Okay, it's I have 3 cameras for sale. They're $9,000
each.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Each.
Would you spend $9,000 to redesign Tom's face using plastic surgery, or $9,000 on the camera?
Why would I want to redesign God's perfect creation?
You can make
My
it even
perfect
more
man.
perfect.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? I don't want to touch a hair on Tom's head. He's perfect the way he is. The idea that he might fix his jumpy gump teeth keeps me up at night. I love him exactly the way he is, and I don't want a thing moved. 4 years from now is about 20% of my remaining lifespan.
Nah, you're gonna live forever, Tom. Fuck that.
There's nothing wrong with you, Tom, as far as your health, right?
16 years.
Why does he think you won't live?
Average male life is 76, isn't it?
How old is he?
He's 60.
Yeah, he's 60.
Yeah, he's still got like another 15 years.
16
Tom, you're gonna
years,
outlive
which
us
means
all.
four-
That's what
four
you're gonna
years.
do.
4 years is 20%.
9,000 to 11,000. It should transform into Megatron. It basically does. I'm not messing around here, guys. This is not a joke. This is like a big thing. Jesse's getting an experimental testicular lengthening procedure. Don't let it. Trust me, they're getting long enough on their own. I don't need any help. It's actually a problem. I need it corrected. 9,000 for remote controls might be funny. I'm sure it would come with a remote control, probably of some type. Maybe not.
What
actually.
about spending $9,000 to redesign your set so that it's a light versus getting new cameras?
So that it's a light?
No, so it's light, so it's a bright set. So it
No,
doesn't
I don't
need
want
to
it to
have
be
the
though. I want it to be
like an all white padded room. How cool would that be?
awful. That'd be horrific.
Yeah.
That would be what most streams do look like.
Yeah.
Could you just film light?
He has a
and
padded
then
cell as a room. That'd be cool.
You could just reverse image it, negative image it after you film it light, and then it'll look dark.
Ooh.
Yeah. Listen, I need a low light cinematic robotic camera. Okay.
In all seriousness, if we can get their email, I'm willing to reach out to them and offer them any amount of drumming toward that 9K. any amount of drum playing.
What you think that they would just
I
let you
think
come
they
there and just play the drums?
Yeah, barter. Bring in barter
I
back.
think they're going to want $9,000 actually.
What rubs? I'm just trying to add my
Anderson, what
skill.
about if you just say you're going to review it, Jesse? What about if you can turn your show into a tech review channel?
Yeah, there's
and then just
no
review the camera.
There was a time where that might have worked, and this ain't it. But we will get there
just
again.
do one tech review stream and then.
Dude, I wish I would take a $3,000 camera. There is
like Red Magic to like.
I was gonna get a
send you.
$3,000 camera, but I was worried it wouldn't work for my needs.
Is this like the special camera they used in Kubrick's Barry Lyndon?
No.
No.
There's no way this existed then. No.
Okay.
The cameras I have, by the way, are each $2,000.
Sure, I've seen the C920 a bit cheaper than that.
I do not.
We could organize a funny
I'm sure
round.
I'll be getting another 1,000 real soon.
I have not used C920s since I don't know when.
I remember you did use them.
I did used
That
to
was
use
like,
them.
yeah.
Yeah. Those are still,
They're
by the
pretty
way,
good cameras.
they're still one of the best webcams. It's crazy that those are still the higher end.
Like they still sell them or like a version of it, I think.
100% they still do.
Yeah.
Probably the best selling webcam of all time. But yeah, just 9,000 would really, again, more like 11 because I got to buy lenses for this. Is a real deal camera where you got to buy a separate lens. I don't know anything about
need one
lenses either.
You just need one lens. What, you're not going to swap it out every time you change a shot.
Yeah, I just need one lens basically.
Yeah.
But I don't know anything about This is why I asked in Discord the other day if anybody's a photography or videography guy. 'Cause I don't know anything about lenses. I don't know what like the millimeters mean. I've kind of got it worked out, but I don't know what the appropriate one to use would be. I'm thinking 24 millimeter, but I don't know. I don't know anything about it. So
I've got a 12 to 32 millimeter on the DLSR that I use as my webcam. Pretty much just all the way out.
isn't it DS? It's DSLR.
DSLR.
Yeah,
You're
single lens, not
Dick-
one single.
Dick lucking sips. So what kind of camera is it, Scott?
It's a Lumix. I can't remember.
That sounds like some sort of Chinese fake kind of, not even a real thing.
Panasonic. Panasonic is the Lumix, I think.
I don't know.
Panasonic.
Well, there was a camera I was looking at that was a Panasonic, but that one's actually more expensive, and not as good of an image. The craziest one I looked at the other day was like almost $15,000. It was a Panasonic, and it doesn't even have as good of an image as the one that is like 9,000. It's crazy. The fucking cost of these fucking things. But listen, I put a lot.
Oh my god!
What?
Burgers just posted a preview for a listing for his stream on the 7th. I'll post it in the side chat here.
Just tell me what it is, because I don't want to.
It says Thanksgiving stream, Pearl Harbor Day. Oh, miso sali, aka Pearl Harbor Day. Racist right mayor, racist white male. Come on, ban me for being white. I will be mocking Japanese accents and
Damn.
going off on tangents.
It's crazy he's still this manic.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
How is
He
this?
hasn't come down at all.
How is this still happening?
I don't know.
Racist.
Yeah.
Ban me. Go on, ban me.
Well, anyway, 9,000. I just need 9,000 for something, and then look. I put a considerable amount of. I told you guys a while ago I'm building a new RoboCam, and I've already put a considerable amount into it, but you know, now the robo part will be amazing. The cam part will still be kind of lacking. It's where I really should have put the money into it. And oh yeah. Everybody send $1. But do it 9,000 times. But again, you know, when Mersh does this, he's telling you he's gambling your money away. I'm telling you I'm buying a camera so that it's nicer to look at the show. I think these are different things. Or alternatively, I could do this. I could go, I have a goal I have to meet. Come on. We have to hit the goal. You and I have to hit the goal. What do you get when you hit the goal? Nothing. But it's a goal all the same. Every hole's a goal. Fucking Aaron, what a retard. But I love him. He's a great guy. He's my best friend. Ooh. Also, I'm going blind, so.
Oh yeah.
I need.
So what's the new camera gonna do? You're not even gonna.
No, that's why I need it to be as sharp as possible because I can't tell now. You know, I need it to have like a crazy good autofocus. Every once in a while, I'll watch the show back and there'll be like an entire shot that's out of focus. You just can't. It's all blurry. No one said anything, and I didn't notice it all during the show. And it wasn't until I saw it on my phone right up in front of my face like a legally blind retard.
My theory on that is people don't actually like watch the show as much as they probably say they do. I think people just listen to it.
I wish that was true so I could stop doing the video version entirely. But nobody listens to the audio only version anymore.
What I reckon you could be on stream, do the first 10 minutes in video, and then like switch to just a loop of that 10 minutes and do the rest audio, and nobody would even tell.
Did Jesse disable tips on his website? Now is a good time. I've never had tips on my website.
No, you did a long time ago. Long time ago, you had like a tip thing that was like through PayPal or something.
That was
remember that.
yeah, the tip jar.
Yeah,
that
was
has
a
been.
long time ago.
I mean, that's pre-Pizza Fund. You can just send $1 through signing up for the Pizza Fund for $1.
And then cancel.
No, don't cancel. Keep sending the $1. Are you not? What are you retarded? No, keep sending $1. It's $1. Is that really going to kill you people? I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound.
Yeah.
But $1? Come on. If you can't, if you can't afford that, you need to cancel something else in your life.
Cancel your internet at that.
Cancel your internet and send me $1.
Before you cancel.
I am kidding, but I do need everybody to send $1. But yeah, I don't want to do tips. And maybe this is maybe I should. Maybe I'm taking a principled stance here that I shouldn't be taking. But I would rather you get a thing back. I would rather take less money and you get something. That's how it works. Listen, this whole just $1 thing. It's just trust me. All right, it's a thing. It's this. I don't want a tip. I'm not. Despite the fact that I, compared what I do to when waitresses say their job is hard. I'm not an e-waitress like Mersh. I'm not doing this for tips. I'm just telling you, give me $1. I did a thing years and years ago on Facebook or Twitter. I can't remember. I think it was Facebook. Yeah, it was a Facebook page where it was just like, just give me $1, or just give me, or it might have been $20 or so, or $10. I don't remember what it was, what the amount was, but something fairly reasonable. Just give me that. And that was the entire point. And people did. People just sent it in. And that was the joke of it, is like it's a lot like that, you know, I just need $20 for something kind of thing. It's like, just give me $1. And then people were like, all right.
Remember the marathon stream where you basically kept extending it when you received an amount or something?
Classic telethon,
yeah. And it ended up going for fucking ages.
Yeah. That was a classic internet telethon sort of move. People used to do that all the time, but yeah, I would rather, you know, you give me $1 and then you get to have shows and stuff.
Yeah, don't feed
the telethon thing is like, that's a beg.
Shaking.
That's begging. That's every episode of Steel Toe, and that's what every fucking streamer guy is doing now. It used to be that was like a thing you did once a year as like
it was fun.
a push for something. Yeah, it was fun back when not everyone was doing it every single episode of their show. Now it doesn't seem so fun. Now it seems gross. I think Win by 2 did it the other day.
Oh, jeez.
I think somebody posted that in here, that he was doing that or something. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't, but 4-3 is superior. It's such a shame they decided we should all look at the screen like hammerhead sharks. It's called binocular vision, people. Really, the screen shouldn't be much wider than a nose. I agree with that entirely. If I could stream in 4:3, the show would be in 4:3. I've always thought that you cannot stream.
I mean, YouTube will just put black bars.
They will put black bars, and those will be in the video. It will be a widescreen video with black bars on either side.
Okay, but you can upload.
Not happening. You can upload, but you cannot stream.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Don't people phone stream in like portrait mode?
Oh yeah, you can do portrait mode because that's
okay.
Yeah, they have that. They have black people mode for streaming. You gotta have that. They don't have 4:3. I don't think there's even a way in OBS to do it.
Well, there's definitely OBS because you can change your output settings. To
you can, but I don't think you can do. This
maybe
might have
it's
changed.
been a while.
This might have changed in an update. But the last time I looked, there was not a setting to stream in 4:3. You can record, but you couldn't stream. But that might have changed. But it doesn't matter anyway because on YouTube they'd put those black bars. I was the holiday special episode was in 4:3, and I wanted so badly to stream that one, and I couldn't do it because it would not. I refused to have the black bars on either side. That defeated the entire purpose of doing it. It's so stupid. And I spent months trying to figure out how to do it. I was looking up every day trying to figure out if there's some way to trick YouTube into letting you stream in 4:3. There's nothing. Unless they've updated it and you can now, but I don't think so. So dumb.
Well,
I would the show would absolutely be in 4:3. Otherwise, I'd have to change, by the way, a lot of stuff for that to work, but I would do it. I also hate widescreen. This isn't even widescreen. This is worse. Widescreen is like,
you know what I actually hate now is ultra widescreen. I don't know why people have those like crazy ultra wide ones.
Ultra wide's so good for work.
It is.
Nah, I just have two monitors.
It sucks for watching anything on.
Yeah,
absolutely, because then it's black bar city. But yeah, I didn't get it either, Scott. But now I'm still feel like I'm running out of room on this gigantic screen, or I've got all this space. It's like I wish it was wider.
Well, see, I've got the two 4K monitors, identical two fake 4K monitors next to each other, and I find that better.
Yeah, so do I though. I've also got that.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
No, meaning like
Yeah,
that's what the widescreen, the ultra widescreen is.
Yeah. Imagine that without a bar.
I can divvy it up into two as well.
Yeah.
I can have two different computers running into it, or split it the same image, or make it two monitors for for one computer. I can do picture in picture on it. It's pretty good.
I want one like the monitor we have, Jesse, but stacked too high.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
they do have one of those. LG makes.
Actually, man, what was it? Did they come out with another Samsung Odyssey, like a newer Samsung Odyssey ultra wide?
I'm not sure if they did or not.
I don't know if another one's come out. I feel like they came out with another one and it changed the size of it. I can't remember if I was like, damn it, I wish I had that one, or I was like, good, I'm glad I've got the one I've got. There's a part of me that kind of wants 4 of the ultra wide, so they just go all the way around. I don't think it would work for the show. I think it'd block too much, but
cameras on top of each of them, so
that would look awesome. How much are these things again? What was it, like $3,000 or something?
Put a 360-degree camera on your head.
Dude, if you had any idea the ideas I have, I can tell you this one because all of this shit will exist soon, and I'm gonna miss out on it. This is what happens every time: is I sit there thinking for years about an idea, and then it doesn't come, and then so I go with a different idea, and then because of sunk cost fallacy, when the thing I was thinking of forever finally exists in real life, I've already moved on to a different thing, and so I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna stick with what I've got now, and I end up missing out on everything because of that. But so I was looking up the other day, there's this thing called the Marble Orbit. Okay. And it's basically just a motor that hangs from the ceiling that has these long rods on it. One of them has a counterweight on it. The other one you can attach your camera to. And all it does is just spins the camera in a circle around an object or whatever you put in the middle there. And it does, just a big 360 spin. If you could control that thing with a computer and get it to stop and start where you want it to, kind of like my RoboCam, but a thing that orbits me entirely, 100% that would be on the show. But it does not. What they have now that does these things don't work that way. And there's an entire market out there that is just, somebody could be making millions by filling this vacuum, but there is no specific like streamer camera market. I know you think there are because there's like these webcams and Elgato and all that kind of stuff, but for like motion control, fancy but streamer focused setups, or just specifically like people who aren't photographers but want to be able to control their camera, specifically control it with their computers, which I can't be the only person who wants this shit. It does not exist mostly. There's a few things, but there's this giant gap in the market. And the second somebody fills that gap, I'm going to be a fucking diehard loyal customer. I have all these things I want to do that just do not exist. And I can't believe, like a company like Elgato or one of these stupid streamer companies isn't working on this shit. They're like impressive PC controlled camera setups with like good cameras. They would make a buttload off of it, because the fucking rich streamer people would get them because they can afford them. It costs an ass ton, and then every fucking low level streamer under them would want to buy the shit too because they saw the big streamer get it. Like, if everybody's got fucking retard LED lights inside their homes now because they saw a Twitch streamer. Like, it's insane. But it works. It seems to work. And so then the cost lowers a little bit so that the plebs can get it too. And everybody starts buying these things, and they become like second nature. Like, the fact that so many people have like Elgato products, which seems so specific.
Elgato's owned by Logitech now, aren't they, or something?
Maybe, I don't know. But like everybody's got like a Stream Deck now, and and like green screens and things like that. I couldn't have pictured that world not that long ago. And it's all just because they watch these stupid Twitch streamers, and all those guys have them and use that stuff, and they want to be those people. They think that's what it takes to do it. But man, I would kill for some shit like that. A fucking camera that I can control that orbits around me 360 inside my round desk. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking perfect. But doesn't exist. Everybody laughing at the $9,000 camera thing, but if you had any clue some of the shit I've looked into and considered buying when I did not have children and had an excess cash flow for a small period of time, I almost pulled the trigger on some straight up ignorant shit. Straight up like retard shit that would have been so funny. Do you know how much I would kill for them to finally make an affordable, or like a slightly more affordable, robot arm camera rig? Have you ever seen these things? Like film sets and shit using like high level production shit where it's just a giant, like Tony Stark's robotic arms in the first Iron Man movie. So that, I think if there was a real one of those on set at all, those might have just been CGI, but they look a lot like that. They might have even used one of those for that in the movie if there were any real ones. It's just a giant robot. It's like the things you see working in a car factory making the cars and shit. It's just a giant one of those, but you put a camera on the end of it, and then it can do all these crazy pre-programmed camera moves that you control with a computer and stuff. If you had any clue how much these things cost, you would think I was retarded for even considering it. But I found one. It was like one of the smaller ones. It would have to be one of the smaller ones, but one of the smaller ones that was like, a little cheaper. It's still insane. Like, it's, like buying a car basically.
Yeah.
And man, I got real close to buying one. That would have been retarded, but I would love it. It would be the best part of the show. It'd be my friend. I oh my god. Some of the fucking shit I want to do is so absolutely ignorant. It's crazy. I have an idea for one thing. We're so close. It finally exists. Technically, I don't want to say what it is because somebody will beat me to it. But let's just say it is display related. I've had this idea for fucking.
Okay, Jesse.
Yes.
I just tested 4x3, and I got it working.
You got it to stream to YouTube in 4x3 without
4x3, yeah.
black bars.
Yeah, here, I sent it to you. Yeah, I sent the link to you. It's live now, and it works in 4x3.
It's got black bars on either side.
No, okay, so
I just tested 4x3.
No, okay.
I'm seeing black bars on either side.
Is it working for you?
I said I'm seeing black bars on either side.
Okay. Maximize your window. Like, give your window more vertical
I
space.
do. I had it in theater mode. That's why. Yeah. You're right. It is in 4x3. How did you do it? Maybe they just updated.
I just made the canvas on OBS 4x3.
Yeah, I
manually typed in the resolution.
Fucking when I wanted to do that years ago, I tried that and it didn't work. It gave the stupid black bars.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, I guess they do it now. Damn it. Well, now I'm going to have to. All right, guys, I'm just going to take another month before I come back, so I reset up everything for 4x3.
But I think it has like a minimum vertical space or something. No.
That is interesting. I might have to play with that. Anyway, this one idea for a display related thing, I don't want to say what it is. When I first thought of it was like probably right before Season Infinity, and now it exists. It did not exist then, not really. Not in any sort of consumer form, at least. And now it kind of exists, but it is so cost prohibitively expensive. And we gotta be like right on the edge of it being, reasonably attainable. And man, it would be so fucking cool. Oh my God. This thing I want to do, it would be so fucking cool. And again, this is another thing where I'd have to change the moon base around a bit to make this work, but it would be 100% worth it. It would rule. Oh my God. I need to like set up like a news alert or something to find out if when these things become available and at least cheaper than they are now. They're like, I think it's one of those kinds of things where it's like mostly still just in the concept phase, but they sell a version of it in China, but they don't ship it anywhere. You can only buy it in like China. That's a thing every once in a while.
You can use like those drop shipping companies or whatever, where they'll send it across to you.
No, because this is like, it's too big and fragile of a thing that they just don't do it right now because there's not enough market for it to make that reasonable for, like, I understand why. Literally, this is something that like last year came out as like a viable thing. Oh my God, it would rule. Ugh. I'm just sitting around waiting for the day. It would rule and it would be gnarly. Yes, both. A fully animatronic Mr. Burgers to sit next to you. Don't think I haven't looked into that. Cambot to complete the MST3K set. I already have a robot cam. It's RoboCam here. It's totally different. Trademark. YouTube has experimented with virtual 3D videos where you can click and drag around the room like you're using. Yeah, they've got that. They still have that. I think I'm actually capable of streaming like that. I don't have one of those 360 cameras for that kind of thing, but I think I've seen the option for streaming that way before. I've thought of getting one of those. I actually might get a 360, or what is that what they call them? 360 camera.
Yeah, the 360
Yeah.
ones.
I might get one of those anyway, just for other stuff. Those are like just so funny looking. Doing IRL stuff with a 360 cam, leaving it
Yeah, I like watching.
leaving it stupidly round like that too in the final video, like not correcting for it at all. It's such a funny look.
I
Like
like
that.
watching 3D porn, but I just turn around and face the wall.
you cuck chair yourself. Let me know when I can look. Remember that autistic guy who goes and records himself watching trains with the
Yeah.
head-mounted 360 camera? That is so funny. I've always wanted to do that. Oh my god. I might have to do that. Because again, we're going to the street. We're taking it to the streets, folks. This is a movement. I will be going IRL. I will be venturing out of the moon base and heading to towns near you to cause trouble, and it might require a 360 camera taped to my forehead. And yes, I will be using tape.
There's that dude that speaks all the different languages that has like one on his shoulder, and then he like edits it so he can get every single reaction.
Oh,
360 degrees.
Yeah,
Like,
Xiao Man, NYC or whatever.
And all the angles you get are fucking like so distorted.
It's so it's like so trippy to watch those videos because it looks like he's not. It looks like no one is looking at each other when talking. It's so bizarre. I love it.
Yeah.
I love that shit.
And it kind of removes the camera from the shot, so it looks like somebody's over the shoulder
Right.
recording him all the time.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I need to find out whatever the one is the autistic guy uses. I just want that exact one. I just want it to look exactly like that. Just making my head this weird globe. Fucking. Oh my god. Wear it on the Frank Hassel style on the forehead. This is an insulin pump. That shit is so funny. Yeah, something. I think there's one called an Insta 360 or something. I think that's one of the ones a lot of people use. It's apparently pretty
I think
good.
GoPro has one now too as well, don't they?
Oh, I'm sure they do. But for some reason I remember Insta 360 as being like supposedly the good one.
I feel like that was the first one or something. Yeah.
I don't know. Can't wait till technology makes it possible for AI Rufio Fionics to speak with the actual AI Rufio Fionics. Wait, what? Two AI Rufio? What makes the one actual? I don't know what any of that means. Oh man,
You haven't seen the future until you've heard Greg talk to Rufio.
I wish I could tell you my idea, my thing that I want. It would be so cool. Maybe I'm the only one who would think it's cool. I refuse to say it though, because I've never heard anyone ever say this, talk about it, have the idea. I want to be the first one to do it.
The YouTube's now auto translating people into other languages and putting their voice over in other languages. Apparently,
I tell
that
YouTube that my main language, like my primary language, is I don't even remember. It's like such a bizarre, obscure one that I don't even remember what it is now.
the click clack language from Africa,
Kurdish or something like that. And it always says it generated a transcript of me in that language. I did that trying to prevent YouTube from transcribing my videos at all, hoping that would stop it from getting me in trouble for saying bad words, but it turns out it's impossible to do that. You can't get YouTube to not transcribe it, which of course, but I gave it a shot. But I figure maybe if I tell them that actually I'm speaking a different language, that they will just assume that I'm not saying bad words. Yeah. Might be working. Every time I come back from a YouTube ban, I'm trying new shit like that. I'm like, all right, let's just throw shit at the wall, see what happens.
Technology.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to end this, but I am going to stay here in Discord, and I'm going to tell you guys my secret idea in the Discord, and you have to promise not to tell anybody. Thank you all for watching, and next time I'll actually do some editing. You can tell I haven't been on for a while because I just did 5.5 hours of mostly talking. So
neighbors,
be back soon, guys. Be back soon. Send $1 PODAWFUL.pizza. $1 is all it takes. What do you think of this graphic, Scott?
Man, it's pretty good, man. Pretty minimalistic.
I need music for it.
Maybe just get old mate to play some fucking drums over it or something.
Stribs and Smokane made gifs of Dirk sucking off a gun. That's fun.